No, Reg, not you. Oh gosh, not you. Hi. Where are we? Where are we? Come on. I'll get there. Hi, friends. Hello, hello. I'm almost there. Here we go. I think I found us. I think I found where I need us to be. Okay. Right? There we are. Hello. Hello, and happy Saturday. Welcome, welcome. If we have not met before, my name is Lael Kankar, and I have a business called Lael by Mail. When I'm not traveling, we are here on Saturdays, mostly Saturdays, every once in a while a weeknight, and we are doing what I like to call creative listing. So I published a couple of listing topics earlier in the week. You can always find those at my blog at laelbymail.com. Posted on Lael by Mail Facebook page, posted on Lael by Mail Facebook group. But the easiest way is just to subscribe to my emails, and that way you know what's coming, what's happening all the time, and what you can expect when, why, where, who, and all those things. Anyhow, welcome to you. So we are here today to do 3 creative lists. There may be, we always knew people are always joining us from lots of different areas. We may have some new friends today from my friend Elizabeth at Joyful Sojourn. So if you have joined me from Joyful Sojourn and what you've seen her kind of use of Lael by Mail products and a recent kind of unboxing haul video she did. Welcome to you, so fun to have you here. Elizabeth has a fun little giveaway happening over on her YouTube channel right now. We've kind of done a joint giveaway for a set, 2 sets actually, of my Listing with Lael idea book. So she's a fun one to follow, and that's the Joyful Sojourn. All right, so it is 10 a.m. Mountain Time. That's where I live. I'm in Utah, 10 a.m. Mountain Time. There is a, Tim Holtz kind of threw something at us at the last minute. He has a pretty exciting new product launch today, and it's not really a new one. It is, I know what it is, I can't say what it is yet, until he's doing a live right now. Now don't jump over to his channel, don't leave me, just stay with us, right, stay here. But as soon as Amy gives me the go ahead, because she's watching to make sure when it all goes live, as soon as Amy gives me the go ahead, you will see those new products on my website. And crossing fingers, my order is supposed to be delivered today. When I get Saturday deliveries from UPS, they are usually here in the morning. So I have Nick, my husband, is standing by. He said if UPS comes, open the box right away, open the boxes right away, and bring things in so I can show people. So just a little fun, exciting thing. I think you guys will be excited. I'm extremely excited, but and these are things that we use. This isn't like crazy mixed media that is really cool, but I'm like, oh, I don't really know what to do with that. I think you guys will be excited about this. Anyhow, and if you already know, don't spoil it in the chat. Let's just wait, okay? But anyhow, I'll be watching for Amy to give me the go ahead, and I kind of have to watch because I've got to watch the chat because that's how she's going to let me know. The products are all loaded on my website. They're all loaded in the What's New section, but you can't see them yet. So as soon as we get the go ahead, then Amy will turn those live, and then you'll be able to see them in order and things. So just a little, just a little teaser there for the next, I don't know, maybe 15 or 20 minutes. Speaking of Amy, Amy is my right hand, left foot, all the things, and she does so much stuff for me. I could never do what we do without her, so always so fun to have her here with us. She is participating in the chat as I'm using products, she will be linking to those in the chat, so you'll be able to see those very easily, and that's for those of you that are watching live. If you are watching the replay, welcome to you. I'd love to have you here as well. If you're watching the replay, easiest way to find the things that are new is to click on the What's New link in the description box of the video, or go to laelbymail.com. There's a blue bar on the top of every page that says What's New, and that is the easiest way to keep kind of current on what's going on, besides the emails, because I'm always sending you what's new in the email. So, speaking of what's new, earlier this week on the 15th, if you don't know, I do bi-monthly, and I will say up until the end of this year, bi-monthly, wink wink, stamp and die releases. And so the bi-monthly hit on July, so July 15th earlier this week. had a really fun brand new release of some stamps and a new die. So once we rotate the camera, we're going to take a really quick look at those because I want you to see them. I'll also be using a number of those in our listing session today. So we have lots of fun things slated for today, looking at new products, doing our list, hopefully taking a look at some brand new products from Tim Holtz, assuming that my order gets here while we're still playing. All right, so hello. If you're participating live, there is a live chat that's happening. So I'm going to divert my eyes from here over here a second so we can say hi and see who's here, and then we'll get going, okay? We're going to cross our fingers and hope the cat is, he's over there. We hope he's, I don't know. I hope he's mellow today. Whatever. Okay, so let's see who's here. Let's see. Hello, Ms. L. Hello, Bernadine from Colorado. Hi, Carrie Meredith. She said it's a beautiful day in Oregon. She always loves starting her Saturday morning with Lael. I love starting my Saturday morning with you guys. I really do. I enjoy what we do together so much. It's really the only time that not the only time, but pretty much the only time that I give myself permission, right? Sometimes we have to give ourselves permission to play just for the sake of playing. And so that's what we're going to do today. We have lots of fun. And as we get started, I'll talk a little bit more about what we do here on Saturdays if you're new. And if you are new, I'd love it if you'd pop into the chat and say hello. That'd be awesome. So we know that you're here. Belinda's here from Louisiana. You guys, so my rings, this is driving me crazy. My rings are, I took them to the jeweler on, I think, Tuesday. And I picked them up this afternoon. They just needed to check I was like every couple of years to take them at my wedding rings, to take them in, and they need to check the prongs and clean them really well and things like that. But I have been without them. So it's really bothering me. So you get to pick them up today, right before we go out of town. So if you happen to be on What's New Wednesday, What's New Wednesday earlier this week, and you happen to see I didn't have my rings on, and today if you happen to see I don't have my rings on, no necessary rumors. Nick and I are still happily married of 30 years. Just, you got to take them in every once in a while. Hello, Joella. Nice to see you from San Jose. Diana's here from Missouri, hot Missouri. Nick is here from the other room watching golf. Some open, I don't know, something. I think they're in Ireland. I don't know, wherever they are, but yeah, golf's on in his world. Carrie is excited to list with us so much on music. Ooh, music and podcast lists. Yes, that's going to be a really fun one. Really fun one. Hello, Shannon Cummins. Nice to see you. Jackie, good morning. Hello, Susan. Yeah, Susan, he's watching the Open. I know, I'm behind on comments. Sarah Cope, hello. And by the way, if you normally don't pop in the chat, you might want to at some point. And I'll give you a heads up, but that's how I do the live giveaway. We'll do one live, at least one. We might do two. We'll see. Giveaways as we're working, as we're playing, and so that's how you participate in the live giveaways is the chat. So maybe pop up at one point or another. Hello, Janine, Jen Heckman. Good morning. Hello, Tabitha, Cherie. Nice to see you, Louisa. Perky's Papery, I love that. Perky's Papery said finally able to catch my first live. Well, I am glad you are able to join us live. I know I always say that the Memorex version, right? Is it live or is it Memorex? The replay is just as good as the live, right? And if you didn't know it was a replay, you would think it was a live, but I get it. It's just kind of fun to, be here for the live. So I love that. I'm just looking through. Colleen, good morning, Colleen. And when I say looking through, I don't mean that I'm ignoring you. I mean, if I've already said hello, then I'm just kind of, continuing on. Nice to see you, Colleen. No humidity where you are. Wonderful. And as I mentioned, Amy's here. Hello, Marilee, Kathy, Chris, Robin, Shannon, Janine, good morning. Sarah Cope, she's putting her Halloween album aside to work on my About last month for June. Oh, super fun. Carol from Canada, Carol K from Canada. Hi, Karen Haynes. Nick, I try my hardest to get her to start on time. Okay, whatever. Carrie, it sounds like you just got an order. Good. You guys, I will tell you, Monday, and it's thank goodness for Denise and Lily. They do all the order picking, packing, shipping, and all of that for me because I'm out of town this next coming week. But so many things start shipping on Monday. So the new stamps and dies just started shipping within the last day or two. So if you haven't received your your shipping confirmation with your tracking number, don't worry, coming Monday or Tuesday. But also starting on Monday are the brand new Hello Halloween mini book project kits. And then also those of you that ordered the Anna Griffin Empress Mini from me, those also arrived yesterday. So also shipping starting on Monday. So busy week next week. So thank you for keeping my team busy, you guys. I love that. They love that. So if you place an order, just know coming next week. Very exciting. Hello, 111 Renee's, Carla, Nancy from Nevada, Alabama in the house with Jennifer. Chris said blue is a great. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. I'm really kind of in my real life. I don't know, whatever that means. A little bit of more of a muted color person than you see here. I'd say for me, navy is the new black. I used to wear lots of black, but navy is now kind of my thing. So navy with just a little bit of fun there. Let's see. Hello, Zen girls. Hello, mother. How are you? Crafty 865. Hello. My mom is Karen Warren, if you're wondering who the mom is. Hello, Kate. Thanks, Mom. What a cute shirt. Yes, thank you. Kathy. Oh yes, Kathy said she watched Elizabeth Joyful Sojourn, her kind of big haul unboxing video. She did a really cool thing where she swatches all of her stamps. That was kind of fun. You're good, Amy. You're good. Amy will be in and out a little bit while she's just watching to make sure that we know as soon as those new Tim Holtz products go live so you can see them. And then she'll tell me, and then I'll tell you. Yeah, it'll kind of be like telephone game, right? Carol is headed off to pickleball. Oh, how fun! And she'll watch the replay later. Love that. Guys, it's so cute. There's this older couple in our neighborhood. I don't know, maybe they're, okay, I have to be careful saying older couple. They're older than me. Mom, don't get offended. They're older than me. They're probably, I don't know, late 70s. And I keep catching them. They're out like jogging. But I think they're just in a circle. So we kind of live in an elongated oval, I guess. I don't know. But I just all of a sudden keep seeing them like out my window, and they're out my window like every, I don't know, 5 minutes. So I figure they can't be going far. I think they're just doing kind of little loops, but I get distracted easily if you didn't know. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Ann. I want to make sure I get everybody before we move forward. Okay, guys. Hello, Cindy with the purple hearts, One Crafty B, Kyla B. Oh yeah, Kyla. I'm glad it says Kyla next to you, or else I wouldn't quite remember that. Hi, Shay. Hello, Becky. Nice to see you, my friend. Nice to have you with us. Becky is a friend of mine, Becky Moore, and she is going to start listing. She told me this morning, so very excited for her, right? We're excited for you, Becky. We're all of us here excited for you. Bernadine, how do you know ahead of time what you're using on a particular Saturday so we can get those products for the Saturday you use? Or you just need to start buying all the things? Okay, Bernadine, that is a great question. I read that pretty quickly. Let me paraphrase that. Bernadine asked, Lael, when you're doing your listing, how do we know ahead of time what you are using? So, you guys, at some point in my world, I will get to the point where I can maybe know those things like a month in advance. So I can let you know. Right now, you know the schedule several months in advance, but I don't. Usually there's so much happening on the business side and new product development and all of that and design work that I really don't figure out what I'm using on a Saturday until like the Wednesday or Thursday before. So you always know the Thursday before the Saturday, but I do realize that doesn't give you enough time if you want to order what I'm going to be using. So for now, that's how you know a couple days in advance. I will tell you, you always know I'm going to use all my products, okay? You always know I will use all of my stamps. So if you are a stamp person, if you like to use metal dies, you know I will always use those. So you can't go wrong with those. My Lael by Mail collection, so my season pass, I will always be using those. In fact, today I'm using some products from the summer fall season pass. My postcards and passports collection, you always know I will be using that over, a period of time. So I think we've done 2 or 3 lists with that. We will continue to use that collection. I have a new Dear December holiday collection coming out the end of August, and that is one you can rest assured I will use the heck. I will use the heck out of that over, once we start to probably get like November, December. Besides that, there are some products from manufacturers that I carry very consistently. Simple Stories. I always have the Simple Stories collections, and I will always use those. Now I can't say I'll use them 10 times or 1 time or 2 times. I try to at least use maybe 2 different times. So you're pretty safe there. Some of the things that I may not use. I love Vicky Bouton's collections with 49 Market. So you're always, that's a sure bet. No problem at all. That's always a sure bet. Some of the other 49 Market collections that I bring in maybe necessarily aren't my style, but I know that you guys are a fan, so I bring them in. Sometimes it's just hit or miss there. So if there's people, they're running by again. We need to shut the blinds. If you see something on my website, because sometimes people do this and they say, oh, I really like that. Are you going to use that? And I will say, yes, I will. Or I'll say, you know, I'm not sure if I'll use that or not. So I'm more than happy to help you with that. Bernadine, yes. Other than that, right now, I wish I could be more specific to say, hey, in the month of September, these are the products I'm going to be using. I can't work that far ahead yet. Hopefully I get to that point, but that's kind of where things are right now. Hopefully that's helpful, but that's a great question, and that's something that I guess get asked quite a bit. So one of these days, Crafty 865, where am I going? So some of you that have been with me for a while know that Nick is in sales, and he manages a sales team of people. And part of the territory is Hawaii. So we always go every February because there's a big trade show there. It's one of those wifely things I have to do. But now we're going again next week. Well, he needs to go for work, and so I tag along. Now, the beauty of it is I can really work from anywhere. So I work a little and play some, and so that's where we're headed. Very fortunate. I'm very fortunate that I get to tag along those trips. And what's beautiful about it is I use my miles to fly, so that doesn't cost. And then, obviously his company pays for hotel and rental cars, so it really is a pretty good economical vacation, believe it or not. All right. At the risk of sounding like Matthew McConaughey by doing that, right? Belinda got a prize. Oh yes, I've got a prize to announce, and then we might just do a prize right off the bat. I think we might need to. Hi, Ricky Cheryl. Nice to see you, my friend. I love that. I love to see you here. Hello, Erica. Your second live. I love it. I'm checking my email for the list topics, but which Lael email address does it come from? lailbymail@gmail.com. So I send those out on Thursday, and my email provider, because I send out, there's a lot of people that on my email list, so my email provider tends to sometimes throttle things, so you may get it on a Thursday, you may get it on a Friday. Always check your email or junk folder, or your junk or spam folder, because you know what happens. But you can always, without fail, on Thursday nights, or usually Thursday afternoons, you can go to the blog at lailbymail.com and see those lists. So try to make it as easy as possible for you to find the things. Amy said she hasn't been here in so long, she could be new. Oh, welcome, Amy. Amy Patterson, welcome. Hi, Amanda. Sarah Cope, have a no spend July, but my wish list is growing for my next Lail order. If you guys didn't know, there is a kind of a wish list feature on my website. So when you are looking at any product on my website, there's a little heart that you can click that says add to my wish list. If you are logged into your account, then it will keep your wish list. There's also a feature on the wish list that's a hard word to say, which we have a list coming that's going to be a really fun one. Wish list. There is a feature on the wish list where you can email your wish list to someone. So, when your family says, I don't know what to get you for Christmas or birthday or holiday or Mother's Day, or you're a great friend, I want to gift you something, whatever it is, that's it. There you go, here's my wish list. It's like a wedding registry, but it's like a Lail registry, but like that, right? Oh, Crafty865, thank you. That you're very sweet. She just said you always look so pretty, and that's definitely a glimmer for me today. So I appreciate that very much. Sometimes we talk about, you never know, and I'm fine. I'm great. Nothing's wrong in my life. But sometimes you just need to hear that from somebody, right? So I think we can never underestimate what a kind word means to someone. And you may know the person, you may not. Maybe you're walking down the street and you see somebody with beautiful red lipstick on. It's totally okay to say, you know what? That color is beautiful on you. That lipstick, wow, that just pops. You look so pretty. That's totally okay to say. And I think we think things like that a lot, but I think a lot of times we don't say those things. And I just want to encourage you to say those things. If you think them, say them. You have nothing to lose, and you never know how that might brighten someone's day. So thank you for brightening my day. That was very sweet of you. Lisa Y said yes to the Navy. All right. You know what? Here's the deal. You know, we could be in the chat forever, and I keep saying one of these days we're just going to do a chat. We're just going to do a chat. We'll be not doing any kind of playing, but it'll just be like, hey, let's all get together and hang out. And, you know, I can tell stories, or you guys can ask questions, or, you know, it's probably a lot like this, but, you know, just for a little while. I think it would be fun. Because this is the part that I enjoy everything we do here on a Saturday, but this kind of chatting and socializing, I really enjoy. So I like this part. If you don't like this part, go grab a cup of coffee, mute me, fast forward my voice. You know how you can change the speed, and then we'll get going in a minute. Okay? Okay. Lisa is so happy to be here. She just drove 13 hours to get home from PEI, Prince Edward Island. Was it beautiful? That's one of the things on my bucket list. I keep telling Vicki, I'm going to come up and we're going to go do that. She keeps saying, come up and we're going to go do that. We just both have to, you know, find time in our schedules to make that happen, right? I bet that was so fun, Lisa. Good for you. Let's see. Sarah said, adopt me, please. I know. My mom already, not threatened. My mom already said, hey, can I hop in your suitcase? Yeah, right? She's small enough. She could. All right. Let's see. Cherie, you're snapping beans while listening. That sounds fun. All right. Hi, Erica. You're second live as well. Oh, fun. I love it, you guys. I'd love to have some of you that have been with me forever and a day, and I appreciate that so much, but I also love when our new friends join us. Okay. Carol gave a great tip here. She said, always read the emails and check the blog for the list topics and the inspiration from the design team. You guys, I have an amazing design team. They're so talented, and they sometimes do things, not sometimes, they do things with my products, and I'm like, holy cow, that's amazing. Why didn't I think of that? And that's the kind of the whole point of having a design team, is that you can see different ways to use my products, because you see a lot of times how I use them, but it's so fun to have different perspectives from other people. In fact, I have 2 new people that I have invited to join the design team. And I will announce them a little bit closer to the end of the month, but one is focusing solely on card making. And she will be using Season Pass, and then also my Lail by Mail paper collections. And then another one focusing solely on 12 by 12 layouts, also using Season Pass and my Lail by Mail collection. So can't wait for you guys to see what they're doing. But yes, if you're not aware, on my website with all of my products, well, most of my products, you will see examples, so inspiration on how either I've used them or people from the design team have used them. Great source of inspiration. And then also on the blog, there's a little drop down at the top of the blog where the posts are categorized. So there's a post that's categorized for design team, and you have my projects in there, and then also the rest of the design team. So if you're just looking for a whole bunch of project inspiration, that's a really good place to go as well. Karen, I love it. Karen said, I am a no gift wish list for family. I'm a giver, not a receiver. I love that. You know what? We've got people that have different love languages. I guess I'm an ambidextrous gift person. I like to give gifts. I also like to receive gifts. So, all right. Okay, you know what? Okay. If I miss anything, I'm going to scroll this down to the end. If I miss saying welcome to you, just welcome. So happy to have you here. If you asked a question or left a comment that you wanted me to see for sure, go ahead and type it again. As soon as I rotate the camera, put it in all uppercase, and then I can see it. It's hard for me to talk with you guys and then look and do all the things, talk and chew gum at the same time. So I don't want to miss you. All right, you friends. All right, you friends. All right, my friends. So we have a giveaway to announce from last week. I always do at least 2 giveaways when we're together. One is a live giveaway that happens in the chat, and when we're ready for that, I will, well, let me just talk about that one right now, because I think as soon as I'm done talking about who won the giveaway from the after party, and I flip the camera and we start looking at the new stamps. We're going to look at those very quickly. The giveaway, one of the live giveaways for today, I think we'll probably do two. We might as well do two of the same one. You get your choice of any of the 6 new stamp sets. So it's like pick your own prize, which is fun, right? All right. After party giveaway from last, let me back up. The way I do those is you're just chatting away in the chat, and then when I stop and say, okay, I'm ready, I scroll my finger up in the chat. Wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins a prize. So totally random, and it's all just in the chat. So, but the after party prizes, those take place after the fact. So after the party, if this is the party, after party prizes, and you participate in those by leaving a comment on the video when it's over. And then right before we're together, when we list, like this morning, I go to that video. I just do the same thing. I scroll up in the comments, wherever my finger stops, that is the person that wins. So we have an after party prize winner from when we were listing together last Saturday, and that winner is, I believe it's Cami Tone -F2F. Cami Tone. Cami, you always know when you win a prize. All of you know when you win an after party prize if you do, because I reply to your comment, and that sends you an email letting you know. So Cami gets to choose whichever of the 6 new stamp sets she wants. Okay, so congratulations, Cami. Send me an email. All right, yeah, see, that's where we were talking before. Karen is a giver. That's one of my love languages. I love gift giving. So I always like to do prizes because I like to share the fun things, right? Hello, Terry. Nice to see you. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Okay. I'm going to flip the camera. I'm also going to bring my fan over here because it's feeling a little toasty in this room, and it's summer outside, but it's always summer here. Always summer here. All right, so let's rotate the camera, off lights, and do all the things. And then I will also plug in as we go, okay? There we go. We are rotated. Oh, goodness, it is. Oh, I know. If you happen to join me on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, for What's New Wednesday, I did a very impromptu, an extremely impromptu live at the end. Not about live, I mean, the whole thing was live. I did an extremely impromptu tour of my craft room at the end of that, which it is incredibly messy. It is still incredibly messy, but that's okay. I said then, sometimes our best work happens in a mess, right? It will be clean though before we go out of town. I can't do that. That like drives me crazy. Also drives Nick crazy because he's like, oh my gosh, come on, we have to leave for the airport. I'm like, no, I've got to pick up these last few things in my messy craft room. And he's like, oh gosh, whatever. Whatevs, he says, whatever. Although I'm sure he's saying other things in his head, rolling his eyes. It's no surprise though. I mean, we've been married 30 years. It's not like it's a surprise, right? Not like it's a surprise I'm that way. Okay. All right, are we ready? Oh yeah, you can still see the tour. It is just on, it's on the end of last week or this week's What's New Wednesday video. So I think it was on, what would that be, the 17th? Wednesday, Thursday, 16th? 16th. It would be on the 16th. All right, so let me move some of these things off to the side so we can take a quick look at the stamps and the die and the new release. Actually, let me just fix this over here. I need a little bit more light there. All right, there, and there we go. Oh, thank you. Yes, of course. Colleen, right after I said I would plug in, right after I flipped the phone, I didn't. Colleen is always so good about that. You guys are always so good. Okay, so first one, and this is one of the stamps we will be using on one of our lists today. This is Mini Icons Music. So there is a series of Mini Icon stamps. I think we have 14 or 15. So they're all 3x3. They all have 12 little mini icons and then a nice little definition. So definition for music, the soundtrack of life, a magical mood booster. For me, it is absolutely 100% a magical mood booster. I don't care what kind of mood I'm in. If I put on some good music, it can totally turn my frown upside down, if you know what I mean. Anyhow, so we will be using Mini Icons Music for our currently listening to list today. Excited to kind of pull that one out. let me just kind of reorganize some things here. I had all these things organized from my live the other night, and now stuff's just everywhere. All right, let's jump to this one. How about this one? I will also be using this stamp set today. This is Glimmers 2. All right, Glimmers 2. With Glimmers 2, this is kind of an add-on, not add-on, I mean, you could use them together or separately, but Glimmers is a stamp set that I came out with in January of this year. We'll talk a lot about Glimmers today when we get to this list, but Glimmers 2 is a really fun addition to kind of that Glimmers concept word art, right? So lots of fun things to work into your Glimmers list. Now, I will be using one of these stamps, actually two of these stamps on my Glimmers list, and then one of them I'm going to use on my music list. So we'll take a look at that one as well. What you're going to see when we start to get into some of these stamps like this, you can always purchase them singly, so you can just buy that. Or I offer them in a bundle when it makes sense. So you have Glimmers and Glimmers 2 in a bundle. And when you buy a bundle, you save 10%. So that's kind of a nice little added bonus. We have a new By the Numbers stamp set. So this is By the Numbers 2. By the Numbers 2 implies that there is a By the Numbers 1. So that is By the Numbers 1. I think I came out with that in March, I want to say. But the whole idea of that is you're making your numbered list. This makes it really easy. There are two stamps there. Instead of 1 through 10 individual stamps, you have two, 1 through 5 and 6 through 10. So the idea behind separating those, if you had a shorter list, then you just stamp 1 through 5. You don't have to mess with stamping the whole thing and trying to mask the second half off. But if you have a list of 10 things, then you can just stamp those together. So that is By the Numbers 1. That's been around for a while. By the Numbers 2, same idea there. But whereas By the Numbers 1, pretty traditional font. This one's all over the board, right? Lots of fun, totally fun, whimsical, different fonts, and then you even have the 10 spelled out. So I will be using this on one of my lists as well. And actually, Terry, you don't know this, but Terry, I'm inspired by a list that you shared in the Lail by Mail Facebook group this past week. I'm inspired by your list to do something that I saw you do with this one. All right. All right, so that is By the Numbers 2. Again, you can buy either one of those separately, or if you buy the bundle, By the Numbers 1 and 2, you save 10%. All right, then we have here we go. All right, then we have Poe Numbers. So Poe Numbers is a 4x6 stamp set. You have small, medium, and large. Poe Numbers is designed to go along with the Poe Alpha and Poe Large Alpha lowercase stamp. So these have both been around for a while, but neither set had numbers. Now, neither set had numbers, with the plan down the road being that I would do this. I wanted this particular size. I wanted a really large size for the lowercase, so we couldn't fit numbers here. And on this one, those are both 6x8 sets. On this one, I really wanted to have a small version and a medium version, so you could kind of work with both in a title or a word or something like that. So again, with this, because we have small and medium, and we have uppercase and lowercase and punctuation, we couldn't fit numbers here. So as part of the July release, we now have Poe Numbers. So your little guys right here coordinate with the small size on Poe Alpha. Your medium size numbers here coordinate with that second size on Poe Alpha. And then the large numbers coordinate with the large alphas on Poe Alpha, large lowercase. One of the things you may notice on this stamp set, you may be looking at there going, oh gosh, do I tell her or should I email her? Gosh, how do we let her know she forgot a number? You may notice there is not a 9 on here. There is if you turn the 6 upside down and you say, Lael, you forgot the 6. And I say, oh no, turn the 9 upside down. So in some fonts, the 6 and the 9 are the exact same number. They're just rotated 180 degrees. So in lieu of adding both a 6 and a 9 on this set, I chose to add multiple 2s in each side or in each size. Those of you that like to stamp your dates, specifically your years, well, that makes it a lot easier since we're in the 2020s, right? We've got 2 2s in all 10 years, 9 years, I guess, 20, 20, 20. Yeah, I guess it's 10 years, counting the zero, whatever. But anyhow, so to make it a little bit easier if you are stamping your years. So Poe numbers. So Poe numbers, part of the July release, you can get that a la carte, or you can get that in a bundle of all three, or you can get that in a bundle of these two, or you can get it in a bundle of these two. So just try to, when you're buying multiples of things that kind of go together, we try to help you with a little bit of a discount. Okay, now, and I will show you some really quick examples of how the design team and I have used some of those new stamps, and then we'll use some of them today. But we'll look at that in a minute. All righty, so the next one, this one, oh, I can't tell you, this is, this was the one I was most looking forward to, and it's like having a favorite child, right? It's a little bit hard to say that, but this one is called Destination Unknown. I have been obsessed, and when I say obsessed, I really mean obsessed with the travel stickers that you see when you go to national parks and you go to gift shops and things like that. So, what I mean by that, like things like this. Okay, is that starting to look familiar? Do you see those sometimes on people's cars? You see those in gift shops? I've been using those in my traveler's notebooks and my memory keeping probably for about the last 5 years. So Bryce National Park, this one's Zion National Park. This is one I had started for Dead Horse Point State Park here in Utah. When Nick and I went on our, what was supposed to be our 25th anniversary, but that happened during COVID, so we did it during our 28th anniversary. We went to Amsterdam, Ireland, and Scotland. So in my traveler's notebook here, I used those same stickers as the intro to each of the countries that we were visiting. Now, I had a little bit of trouble with 2 of the 3 of these. When we were traveling, I found Ireland no problem. I could not find Scotland, and I could not find the Netherlands. So I came home and had to go on Amazon and pay, I don't know, $8 or $9 per sticker to get those, because I'm like, I really want those. I like working those in my, you know, travel junk journals or travel memory keeping or what have you. So this January, I was at a retreat. I was attending, I was not teaching, and I was talking to my friend Lindsay, and we were talking about travel. She and I both love to travel, and we were talking about different stamp sets that are out there. I think Cartabella had just for retailers released their national park stamp set with the national park sign, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? And then I'm like, oh my gosh, I know what stamp I need to release. And that was this one, Destination Unknown. So now that you keep those types of stickers in mind, right? You keep that in mind. There's your oval. This is what I did with the stamp set recently. So there is my own personalized travel destination sticker. Destination Unknown, because you don't have to know where you're going. Basically, you can make this travel sticker for any destination. Now, we're going to talk about how you might use that for things besides travel as well. But the nice thing about this, because we developed it, we get to decide how large we want that to be. So large enough that it would work on a 12 by 12 scrapbook page, a mini book, but small enough that it still fits in a smaller format like a traveler's notebook. So that was a little junk journal, or my travel junk journal that I did about our trip in February to Hawaii. All right. So that guy is pretty basic in that you have the oval, and then you have some different travel icons that you can pair with it: an airplane, a camper, a bus, a bike, a car, a train, motorcycle, minivan, whatever it is. And then a couple stars and stars. So you could use that by itself. But also released this guy. This one is called Timmy Alpha. Timmy Alpha is sized and designed to fit into that oval. And depending on the letters that you're using and the width, obviously an I is a lot narrower than an M. You could potentially fit up to 4 different letters there. Now, you can use that for travel, right? HNL. Generally, if I'm doing something like this or thinking about something like this, that's the airport code for Honolulu. Honolulu, duh. Airport code for Honolulu. I'm thinking Oahu, Waikiki. Yeah, for Honolulu. So that's always an easy abbreviation if you're traveling somewhere by air. And it doesn't even have to be by air. You could use the airport code, and you can find those easily by just Googling what airport codes are. But if you wanted to spell something different, if you're going to a national park and you want to use the 4-digit abbreviation of the national park, whatever NP. Someone yesterday posted a really cool thing in the Facebook group. She found a travel inspired sticker like this, but someone that was going to Disney. And in the center, I think, or kind of right, probably whatever they wrote, something about Disney right there, and then had little ears right there, like Disney season pass holder or something. It was really cool. All right, so those are designed. This is a great, really basic alpha, Timmy Alpha, but I designed it with that in mind, that it fits size to fit in there. So this guy is available standalone. The die, coordinating die that goes with it, cuts out that oval for you. All right, so standalone, those two as a bundle, these three as a bundle, these two as a bundle. Now, I did have some people just buy this one and not this, which is totally okay, because what that tells me is you're either going to use alpha stickers here or you already have an alphabet font that works. But for me, that's how you will see me kind of using those together. All right, let's just take a look at a couple more examples. Oh, before I do that, this is another one. That's another new one. That is an A5 size of a pencil board, right? So pencil board we'll talk about as we get going, but you use that to slide under a page, whatever you're stamping on, to give you a nice flat surface to stamp on. So this is the original. It's not called original. That's just the pencil board. That is a kind of a traveler's notebook, a standard wide, so 5 by 8. That is an A5. So I think 5 point, I never remember this. It's an A5. All right, bigger. Here we go. So if you're working in an A5, you're working in a planner. If you're working in a larger size, so 8.33 by, I don't remember. I'm not even going to try. Anyhow, so where they go? Okay, yes. All right, Amy. Amy just let us know something. That something is live. So Amy, that means I can talk about Tim's new release, correct? Right? I'll just wait for you to make sure to tell me. There we go. Thank you. An A5 is 5.8 by 8.25 tall. All right, so I'm still waiting for my order to come today. If it comes while we are playing, I'll pull the things out and show you. But you guys, Tim Holtz just announced a really cool thing. You guys know I love my Distress Oxide inks, all right? That is what I use for all of my stamping, my Distress Oxides, right? So these guys. There are two types of inks. There are Distress Inks and Distress Oxides in Tim's ink line with Ranger. Distress Inks and Oxides. I prefer Oxides because Oxides, for me, I like the stamped impression they give. They give a really nice, solid, I sometimes call them a juicy stamp, all right? Pigment-based ink. But there's also been Distress Inks. Up until this point, there was another size offered of the Distress Inks, not the Distress Oxide, the Distress Inks, and they were little 1 by 1 cubes. So they were little teeny stamping pads, right? They were only available in Distress, not the Oxides. Well, as of, I don't know how many minutes ago, I think maybe 45 minutes ago, Tim just announced that Ranger has released, finally, mini Distress Oxides. So the Distress Oxide that I know and love, that many of you know and love, now available in a little, I think it's a 1 by 1. I think that's the size, in a little 1 by 1. So, hang on one sec. I got a little frog in my throat, so I need to have a quick sip. Amy, will you, you guys, those are live right now on my website at lailbymail.com under what's new. So if you want to see those, pop on over and check them out. They are not available in single colors. They are available in sets of 4. So there are 6 sets. Because I haven't watched the live yet, I don't know if there are plans to do all of the colors in those little minis of Distress Oxides. But there are 6 different color waves, all right? So 6 different colors, or excuse me, 4 different colors in a set, 6 sets. So 24 of your little guys. Now, there's also something brand new that I haven't seen yet either, because Tim's new releases are so like top secret that when I order them, I know what I'm ordering, but I can't even see the product images. They don't make them available until they're live for everyone because they don't want anybody to spill the beans. So another new thing that I'm waiting to see is whether or not, or no, not whether or not, but they have some new blending brushes, mini blending brushes. So if my order gets here while we are working today, I'll pull those things out and you can take a look at them. I've also brought in the tin to store your little minis, and then at the same time I brought in this tin to store your larger guys too if you're looking for storage for that. So Zen Girl said she had the mini distress inks, not the brand new ones, but the mini distress. She said they dried out really fast. You hope the oxides will be better. So for me, I prefer oxides 100% because I feel like for me, for what I'm doing in stamping, I can't talk to mixed media, but they are a juicier ink to me. Now, I am assuming that that will be the same case with the mini Distress Oxides. It's totally different formulation than the Distress ink. So, you can go shop now. You absolutely can. But if you're going to go shop now, shop on my website if you would. I would sure appreciate that. And Amy just included the link in the chat. And if you are watching the replay, just go to lailbymail.com and click on what's new. That'll be the easiest way. Oh, good. Okay, I think Amy watched part of that. She's informing us. All 72 minis will be available in the next year. So have fun. And I'm like, I want to stop now and see what they look like. I mean, I know what colors are in the combinations because I knew that ahead of time. I just didn't know. So very excited about that. Yes. Very excited about that. Oh yeah, no, Zen Girls, I know you meant that. She said, yes, I meant shop with you. Yes. You know, and I know you guys have lots of different people and places that you like to support, but you know, if you support me, I really love that. That lets us keep making lots of fun products, right? Okay. All right. So I am going to show you a couple of examples that the design team has done with the new products, and then I will do our first giveaway. All right. So as a quick reminder, giveaway is going to take place in the chat. And don't be sad if you chatted like 15 minutes ago because you never, I mean, I really scroll up, so you never know where my finger stops. All right. So let's take a look at a couple things. And they have had them for a very short time, but we've had some great inspiration come in already, and they will continue to use the new products found in the July release. So you saw what I did with one so far, right? My little Honolulu travel destination sticker. This is a list that Ty Cortez did, one of my design team members, and she did a more or less list. She used Poe Alpha large lowercase to stamp more and less, and then she used Poe numbers to do her little 1 through 5. Now, the background, all the rest of the product she used here is from the Summer Fall Season Pass, which I will be using that same kind of, those same products from Summer Fall Season Pass for one of our lists today. And she also even used the tabs and labels metal die set to do a couple tabs there. So beautiful, really fun list. This one, I loved when Marcia sent this to me. As you can see, Marcia used that Destination Unknown stamp set. That is not a 3-letter abbreviation for an airport. I don't know, maybe FUN is. But what that is for, she spelled the word fun, right? So you don't have to just use something like that for travel, all right? You can use that oval for any word that you can fit in that little 4-inch wide oval. So I love that she did this. I thought that was such a fun idea, right? So she used a little Poe Alpha to stamp camping. She used Timmy Alpha to stamp fun, and then used that little car and camper for her oval. Now, something very cool that she did. Do you guys notice the shape of her photos? the shape of her photos are also that oval. So she used the oval, the Destination Unknown oval die to cut out her photos. And to take it a little step further, because Marsha's always extra, and I mean extra in a good way. She always does the coolest things. Look what she did there. Those are 2 full photos, single photos. Those are 2 photos side by side that she cut out. Isn't that such a fun idea? I loved what she did here because this was so really different than I think a lot of people might think of using those products, all right? She also punched, like with a little circle punch, little circles out of her photos, her ovals, and then stamped with new Poe numbers. So very fun. All right, this is something that Susanna Lee did. Now, Susanna's a big traveler. She and I both love to travel. So you see lots of travel stuff from me, but you also see lots of travel inspiration products from Susanna. She used that same Destination Unknown stamp set, Timmy Alpha, and the oval to create that. Now, yellow and red, because I read it on her blog post. It's not up yet, but I read it on her blog post. It'll go up later today. Those are the colors of the New Mexico flag. So I thought that was a really fun way, right? You see me so far using it like you would see one of those travel stickers. You saw Marsha using it totally differently with a word. And then Susanna used it differently by stamping on yellow cardstock and then stamping with red. So that I thought was so fun. Then what she did, she scored the edge of that and just adhered the edge to the side of her Document Your Travels, Traveler's Notebook insert that she's kind of documenting her trip. So that can open and she can do additional journaling on the back side. And she's not covering up all of this writing that she did as well. So I thought so clever. Jackie just said something, lots of ideas for Destination Own doing a cruise in October, right? So one of those little icons on there is a little cruise ship. Now, we were talking before about mini icons, and I mentioned that there are, I think, 14 different mini icon stamps. You could use that same idea, but instead of using all these travel icons, if you're not much of a traveler, start throwing in your music icons or your fall icons or summer icons. I think you could have a lot of fun basically just substituting the travel ones for any little mini icons. All right, let's see what else we have. Oh my goodness, it's so warm in here. I feel like I'm about to, woo, it's toasty. All right, a couple more things from Ty. On both of these, she used the Timmy Alpha. So Timmy Alpha, outside of Destination Unknown, is just a really nice, great, bold sans serif, so super simple font to use, all uppercase, for really anything, your titles, your words. And so on this Traveler's Notebook spread, she used it as a title. She also over here used one of the stamps from the new Glimmers 2, and she stamped that directly on the photo. So super fun. This one, also from Ty, this is an entry in her one of her 6x8 mini books. Tell your people you love them, right? A really fun little title. Sometimes you guys are like, I like to do 2-page things, but sometimes I only have enough content for a 1-page. That's a great idea. Just stamp a quote or stamp a saying or something like that on there. She stamped on vellum and then set that on top of, I think she stapled it, it looks like, a piece of pattern paper. And that pattern paper is from Summer Fall Season Pass. And then she also used right there another stamp from Glimmers 2. This put a smile on my face. All right, so there are some examples so far in how we have started using, and they just barely, right, like I said, they've only been out for a couple of days. They just barely hit. They're just barely dropped, I guess, as the young kids say. They just dropped. Yeah, so there you go. All stamping now, all shipping now, and ready to go, my friends. Shay, whose idea was that one? Which one? Sorry, Shay, I missed your comment, so I'm not sure. If you want to let me know which one, I'll tell you again. All right, so now it's time for the giveaway, friends. So to recap, giveaway takes place in the chat. And I will stop and I will scroll my finger up, and wherever my finger stops, that person wins whichever of the brand new stamp sets of the 6 that they would like to have. So you get to like pick your own giveaway. Now, I'm probably going to miss Shay's response. So April's been distracted shopping. It's all right. It's totally good. It's okay. It's okay. So I will tell you guys, my graphic designer that I work with, hello, Lindsay Stout. Lindsay Stout that just popped on and said, not sure how you're going to top this release. That's the Lindsay I told you about that we were talking. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I know what stamp I'm going to do next. Yeah, so that was so fun. Hello, my friend. Nice to see you. Oh gosh, now I just got sidetracked. I get sidetracked so easily. Let's do the giveaway and I'll remember what I was going to say. All right, stop. It's stamping on Kate Boguki. Boguki? Kate B. Kate Boguki. Kate, yay, Kate, congratulations. You are one of the random lucky winners of today's live giveaway. All right, so Kate, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner. And in the subject line, put which stamp that you would like. And in the body of the email, please put your mailing address. And we will get that off to you probably in the next week or so. And team's got a lot of orders to get through. So congratulations, Kate. And if you're not Kate, don't be sad. Because I will do another live giveaway later. But also don't be sad because you could go buy whatever one you want. All right. Okay, friends, let's get on with things. You're probably like, oh my gosh, I didn't come here for an hour to hear you just rah, 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 rah. But you know, we do what I want to do. So there we go. I'm feeling a little saucy today, my friends. Hi, Han Can Plan. Nice to see you. Han Can Plan is a newbie with me, right? She made a comment the other day. I can't remember where you wrote that. If it was on one of these, Hannah. Or if it was email or Instagram or something. But she said, my husband is starting to wonder who Lael is because she has placed a number of orders, which I'm very excited for you to start playing, Hannah. I love that. And Hannah and I realized as we were kind of emailing back and forth that we don't know each other, but we kind of, well, she used to be an editor of one of the card making magazines here in Utah way back in the day. So I didn't do work ever for that card making magazine, but did the layout or the scrapbook side of that magazine. So maybe once we like crossed paths and we didn't even know it. Time limit, Terry. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. We just have, no, we don't. I have to be at the jewelry store at 3 to pick up my rings. But other than that, we're good. All right. So let's take a look at the list that we did last week. All right. Last week we did 3 lists. Actually, let me show you one more thing. This is something I am currently working on, and I showed this on Wednesday during What's New Wednesday. I kind of did a little demo, but I used Destination Unknown. Nick and I last weekend had gone up to Park City, which is about 45 minutes from here. It's where I grew up. And we took our e-bikes in the car and we e-biked all over. So much fun. And so I did a little Destination Unknown with that, right? I used a little bicycle. I had a mild panic moment because when we were driving back down the canyon, I'm like, oh, I could totally, this would be so fun. I can document kind of that day. And I'm like, oh shoot, I hope we put a bicycle on that set. We did, so it was good. But what I ended up doing over here, this is totally different. Well, at least for me, it's different. I don't know. I use the library pocket die to die cut a pocket out of the photo. So when you see that, I printed 2 of the same photo. And if you just saw this, you wouldn't even know that was a pocket, right? I printed 2 of the same photo and used a library pocket die to die cut that pocket, and then just adhered it right on top of the photo. So when you're taking what will be, my documenting or list or whatever out on a stamped library card, then you see that, and then that just goes right back in there. So I kind of had fun playing with that. I have lots more work to do on this. This is nowhere near done. It's very plain, so lots more work, but just kind of a fun idea on seeing that, but also that. All right. So the list that we did last week, we started out with this one. I don't remember if we started out with this one, but we're going to start with this one. If money was no object, things I would splurge on if money was no object. Now, we had a little bit of a discussion. Back in, I don't know, sometime during the pandemic, we did a list about if I won the lottery, what I would buy if I won the lottery. And so for me, this list was different. And we talked about, you know what, it may be the same for you, it may be different. For me, a splurge is different than if I won the lottery. I mean, if I win the lottery, that's a whole different ballgame, right? And it's not like, well, if I won the lottery, I'd be winning like I'm just gonna, hey, you know what, I can wish, right? If I win the lottery, I wanna wish, like, I wanna win like the $1 billion one, right? This is a splurge, right? That's maybe if I made, I don't know, a significant amount of more money than Nick and I do. Not the lottery, but things I would splurge on. So we had a lot of fun in the chat, kind of talking about what you would splurge on if money wasn't an object. So I had 5 different kind of categories: personal chef, personal trainer, first class travel all the way, first class travel all the way, first class flights, hotels, suites, drivers, all the things. So some big things, but also some smaller things like fresh flowers from a florist, like fresh flowers from an amazing florist that you'd walk into my house and be like, holy cow, that's the most gorgeous like flower arrangement I've ever seen. But I do that every week, right? So splurge. If money wasn't an object, things I'd splurge on. We used the Fun Times, I believe. Fun Times, I think. Collection from Simple Stories, one of their new collections. That was so fun. This, so bright and colorful, and we just had a lot of fun with that one. All right. Our next list. There we go. Louisa. Okay, Louisa said, if you win the lottery, you can expand your business and then hire a squirrel. So here's the thing. Nick and I have talked a lot about this because in Utah, there's no lottery, and there probably will never be a lottery in Utah. There's no lottery here. So when we travel, sometimes we like to buy we like to buy lottery tickets, and just, we don't buy a lot. We maybe buy $20 worth. And then we chat on our trip about what we would do if we won. I don't know, you guys. I don't know what would happen to my business if I like big time won the lottery. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. Yeah, that's a hard one. And I can say one thing now, and then if it really happened, it might be totally different. So that's kind of one of those dilemmas. Like, oh, what did I just do? I'm not quite sure I'm not sure what I would do with my business if I really hit it big on the lottery. All right, next up. This one. Things I'm curious about right now. What are you curious about? I ran out of things I was curious about, so I need to add a couple more that I'm curious about. I think I came back and added maybe a few more things after we were done. This one we used Vicky's cut and paste collection, Vicky Booten's cut and paste collection. Did a little bit of stamping, so my title's over here, and just had a lot of fun with a bunch of die cuts, just kind of putting a lot of die cuts in here and there. That is actually one of the things I did after the fact. I wrote things I'm curious about, and then I had it over here too. So just kind of a fun. That's a fun. A lot of times people say, I really want to get started creative listing. I don't know how. I don't know where to start. Something like that is super easy. Things I'm curious about, right? You don't have to start in any particular place. That's an easy one. And speaking of that, there is a class here on my YouTube channel. It's free on how to get started creative listing. So if you're just kind of starting to put your big toe in the water, maybe you're thinking, I might want to do this, might want to play, check out that class. All right, last one was things I've recently finished. All right, things I've recently finished. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Amy said, if I win the lottery, I'm peacing out. Peace out, she's done. She's no longer working for me, which, oh golly. No. Amy, I want you to win the lottery, but not really. I mean, I really want you to, but then I'd be in trouble. I'd be crying on your doorstep. Please don't leave me. All right, this one, things I recently finished. So this is just kind of a fun one. We finished watching The Bear, season 4 of The Bear. Finished quite a few books recently. Finished designing a kit. Finished designing my second paper crafting collection. And then I finished another like 10-pound drop to the next lowest 10-pound mark. You know what I mean? Like if I weighed 120 and then I dropped into the 110s. Now, don't be thinking I weigh 120 or 110 because I don't, but I'm not going to tell you which 10 I dropped into, but you know what I mean there. All right. This one we also used the Fun Time collection, but looks very different than this, right? Based on the different colors that I pulled out. This definitely kind of more of the bright, bold, primary-ish colors, right? Not really primary, but you know what I mean. And these kind of a little bit more pastel-y, softer colors. We also used By the Numbers Alice in there. All right. Carrie said, I don't think I could quit creating no matter how much money I had. Carrie, and I am with you 100%. This is where I would need to maybe need to explain. Not that I wouldn't keep creating, whether or not I mean, you know, Lail by Mail would probably still exist, but maybe in a little bit of a different form than it does today. I don't know. Who knows? Oh yeah, but I'm all about the creating. Absolutely. Okay. Now we're ready. We're ready for our first list. Our first list for today is, oh, this is for next week. Is glimmers. All right, we're going to start with glimmers. If glimmers is a new concept to you and you're like, glimmers, what the heck? Glimmers, I don't know what that is. I first introduced glimmers back in December of 2024. The beginning of that month, Nick and I were traveling with our dearest friends who are married. She was my best friend when they got married, my roommate. And then, anyhow, long story. He and Nick are fraternity brothers. She and I are sorority sisters. Anyway, our dearest friends. We were traveling with them in December. And she and I were talking one day and she said, oh, have you heard of this concept glimmers? And I'm like, glimmers? No. And basically, and I'm just going to read this to you because this is the easiest way to explain it. Glimmers are those micro moments in your day that make you feel joy, happiness, peace, or gratitude. This is the key part, I think. Once you train your brain to be on the lookout for glimmers, the more these tiny moments will begin to appear. All right? It's almost like if all of a sudden you learn of a new artist, a new musical artist, new to you, and all of a sudden you start hearing them everywhere because you are kind of focused on that, right? Same thing with glimmers. The more that you start looking for and taking notice, at least for me, and I think for a lot of people, the more that they appear in your life because you're looking for them and you recognize them. It's just one of those things we were talking about earlier. You pay someone a compliment. That's that little micro spark of joy, right? And maybe that even gives you a little micro spark of joy. You can be on both ends of a glimmer. You can be on the giving end and the receiving end. So we did our first glimmers list in December, and we've been doing glimmers lists every month since January. And I say this is the fastest freaking stamp set I ever designed. It was done in done, meaning I drew it out and said, this is exactly what I wanted to say. This is the font, and then gave it to my graphic designer, and then she makes it happen. But it was a no-brainer. I'm like, I know exactly what I want. So that was original glimmers. I'll use a little bit of this today, pairing that with the new Glimmers 2 stamp set. All right. So you can see, if you're like glimmers, I'd like to kind of see maybe a couple of these glimmers lists. If you go to my website and go to the original glimmers, just glimmers stamp set, you'll see some examples of how we've used that stamp set in the past. Let me look at this one. This was one. This is, I think, this is March. So I just made a list of glimmers and then decorated. Other times I am using photos in my glimmers. And today I will be using photos. 4 photos in my glimmers list. Oh, here we go. Here's another glimmer. So where I did a full page photo and then did my list over here. There's also a coordinating glimmers die, by the way. Anyhow, so a couple examples and you'll see more of those on the website. So that's our first list, glimmers. Now this list, the design of this list, I was totally inspired by. Inspired by Susanna Lee, one of my design team members. Instagram for me is a great source of inspiration. And if you didn't know, on Instagram, you can save posts that photos that you are inspired by, and you can create little kind of albums to store them in. They can be private, so nobody knows what, I do that with recipes. I do that with all kinds of things, outfit things, people's outfits I see on Instagram, whatever. But every so often when I'm like, ooh, I feel like I need a new idea for a design, for a list, I'll go to that inspiration and I'll see something and it'll be like, oh, that's it. And sometimes it's very, very much exactly what they did. And other times there's something that they did that sparks and then it kind of sends me down a different path. This one was Susanna. This pretty much exactly what she did. I fell in love with this, her whole idea. So that is what I'm inspired by, her design for my first list. So what I'm using for my first list, I am using part of the summer-fall season pass. All right, so I have season pass. All the papers in season pass are 12 by 12. So I have cut these down to 6 by 8 and just 6 by 8 because then I can end up, it doesn't matter. But I pulled out some papers that I thought would be fun to work with for July. All right, so I'm using pattern paper, and then I am also using the die cuts. So if you're not familiar with Season Pass, basically they're for a year. Winter, spring, spring, summer, summer, fall, and fall holiday. So this one is summer, fall. Each Season Pass is for 3 months. So this would be for July, August, and September. And you have a small amount of products for each kind of month. So you can get, maybe 1 or 2 projects done with that small amount of product, and you just kind of get a little bit instead of having a full collection that you're trying to work with. So this is what I'll be using. Now, with Susanna's list, and just know this is always a mess. This is my workbook. This is my Listing with Lael workbook that I use to plan all of our listing sessions. So I draw my little sketches here. I draw what list it is, or write what list it is, and under items, I write the things that I want on my list, right? So for glimmers, items are the things on my list. So my little sketch here started out one way, and then I totally changed it. So across the top, really, this is very much a 2-page list, and most of my lists are 2-page because I know that's what you guys like. So generally, I'm doing 2-page lists. But usually my lists are a right and a left side, like that, right? Or excuse me, left and a right side, where there's something very specific on the left and something very specific on the right. They're side by side. This one will be side by side, but this is really going to be this way. So things here, and things here. So that's the way kind of Susanna had done the spread that I saw, and I'm like, that is the best idea. I love that. So as I'm looking at the different papers, I need, all right. So right off the bat, I don't want to use those guys. I still want to use the papers. However, what I need to do is I need to pull these guys out because I need my pieces to be wider. So this is what I had left over when I cut all those things. Let's just grab all those out now. All right. So she had a nice chunk of pattern up here and a nice chunk of pattern down here. So as we look at these guys, I know we don't want to use that. Let's see what's on the other side. That's a nice thing there. The blue. That floral could be pretty. But if I do that floral, I don't want to do both florals, right? Oh, maybe let's do this. Let's look at the photos I'm going to use. Those are the 4 photos I'm going to use, but I'm not going to use it like that. Crafty 865, are you going to still sell the paper pack Season Pass separately? Yes, Amy just linked those. So you can buy the Season Pass as a whole, or you can buy kind of the individual components. So those are the 4 photos I'm going to use for my glimmers. If we go that route, don't want to use popsicles for sure. Popsicles don't really apply. I could do both of those, right? I could do this stripe, but the way that I cut the paper, I don't get enough. I should have been thinking about this beforehand. I don't get enough of that cross section. So usually when I use a stripe, I would want to use it that way. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't even need to go with these because guess what? Don't be silly, Lael. Don't be silly. I can, let's see if we want to use this. Let me grab my paper trimmer here. We have that side too. All right, let's do this. If I'm going to say maybe 1.5 inches, that's 6. So if I go to 4.5, 1.5 inches is probably enough there. 1.5 inches. And then let me go another 1.5 inches. That would be 4. Nope, that'd be 4.5. So we need to go 3. All right. So I could do this. If this is my little bottom strip, because it is going to span both sides of this spread, I could do this, right? And I'd have my nice little spot there. And then this guy up top. I think that's what we'll do. All right, so then I also need this to be, so that little guy was 1.5. So this one, maybe 2. Let's do our 2x5 because the width of my inserts, they're standard wide for, oh, there we go, 2 and 2. standard wide is 5 by 8.25. So if we do this like that, and we do this like that. So that can go there, and these guys can go down here. All right, so let's trim these now. That one is going to be a little bit wider, even though it's 5. Like I said, the inserts that I use are standard wide, but I have to just trim that down a little bit because we lose a little bit in the center with the staples. So I ended up doing those probably at about 4 3/4 ish, maybe 4 and I don't know 6/8, 7/8, whatever. Well, 6/8 doesn't make sense because then you divide by 2. Yeah, whatever. You know what I mean. A little bit narrower than 5. How about that? All right. Now I need my corner rounder because I like to round my corners. My Traveler's Notebook inserts, my Lail by Mail inserts have rounded corners, so I like to round the outside corners of any paper that I'm using, just so I tend to not like have things stick out the edges of my Traveler's Notebooks because they'll just get, kind of crumpled. All right, let's go ahead and add these guys. Let's see, Wanda said, Lail, I don't copy you very often, but I might on this, but probably not the same subject. And you know what? It's not copying, right? It's inspired. You can be inspired, just like I'm inspired by what Susanna did in her design. It's totally okay to be inspired by other people, right? Now, if you are taking credit for the design, that's never really not something you want to do, right? Like it would not be okay for me, at least for me. It would not be okay for me to come on here and do this using kind of Susanna's inspiration, or I'm inspired by her design and not give her credit. That to me is a big no-no. That's not something I would do because why would I take credit for something that someone else did? I would not want to do that. But we're inspired by things all the time. And what's interesting is sometimes you don't even realize you're inspired by it. I have to be really careful. Because sometimes you'll see things and they stick in the back of your head. I keep saying I need to replace that little blade. Sometimes you'll see things and they'll stick in the back of your head and then you don't even realize it. 2 or 3 months later, you end up, that's still in your head. And when you're designing new products, you really have to be careful with that because you don't want to, you don't want to be inspired by something that someone else did and then, have it be too close to what they did. All right. But it's funny. Sometimes it'll be like, oh, I saw somebody use a blue flower and you know what? I have a blue flower pattern. I'm going to pull that out and use it. So you could be totally inspired. No shame. Yeah, Carrie said, she totally copies exactly. No shame. Absolutely. I mean, you guys, I have 3 idea books that you can totally be inspired by. You could be inspired by a list topic. You can be inspired by a design. You can totally copy. You just really should, take credit as it being your own. I've shared this story before. Years ago, there was a website called 2 Peas in a Bucket. And that's where some of us would hang out and post our projects and scrapbooking and things like that. And one day a lady, I'm looking for a new blade. Hang on. One day a lady reached out to me and said, hey, I really love that layout that you did with your 2 boys. Would you mind if I, copy it? And I'm like, sure, no problem. And she said, okay, cool. I'll send it, I'll send it to you. I'll send you, I'll email when I'm done. I'm like, okay, whatever. So a couple months later, she emails me a picture of her layout and it is, exactly copied. She used her own photos. However, the part that was really bizarre was that she copied my journaling. My journaling was about my kids. That was a little odd. So my design, exactly same products, her photos, but also my journaling, which was very bizarre to me. So, all right, this is a 4x6 photo. When you look at it like that, 4x6 photo. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. That's what I use for 95% of all of my printing that I do in my traveler's notebooks. I use that with the Epson Creative Print app. The Epson Creative Print app, in my opinion, is where all the power comes into that awesome little printer. There are some really cool things that you can do with that app. There's another free class on my YouTube channel here about how to use that app to do some really fun things and also really make your workflow way easier. So if you have that printer and you have not watched that class on how to use that app, I'm telling you it's worth your time. Anyhow, one of the cool things about that app, it has pre-configured templates. This is a pre-configured template. I picked the 4x6 size, and there's a whole bunch of pre-configured templates. I said, oh, I want to print 4 photos on a 4x6 so I can cut those down to smaller photos. And then you just drag your photos into the template, and very easy to use. And I show you how to do all that. But I don't want to use the photos that way, right? I want to cut them apart. So I have 4. Ooh. That was weird. So I have 4 little photos. This is a great way if you like the look of using smaller photos like that, but you don't have to buy one of those little tiny pocket printers. You can get the same effect using a printer or using an app like this, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be the printer, but using an app like this. And this Epson Creative Print app is specific to Epson printers, but you can use, let's see how we want to do this. You can use, there are other apps that you can use. Ooh, I need to shorten these a little bit. Other apps that you can use out there to do the same thing. Project Life is one of them. That's really simple. Another free class on my YouTube channel here about doing smaller photos with that, but there's a number of them out there. That way you can kind of get more bang for your buck with your printer. You don't have to have a little tiny printer. This one prints 4x6s, 5x7s, and 3.5x5s. All right, so now I have my 4s. Let's see which ones we want to do here. Maybe those 2 together and these 2 together. I think that will work. So these are photos from photos I took from our trip when Nick and I, over kind of the long 4th of July weekend, well, we took a long one, went to an area outside of Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and camped on the Grays River in Harvey. And no cell service. There's no services there. There's no hookups. There's no, no RV park. We literally camped on the edge of the Grays River. Nick very much enjoys fly fishing, so that was right up his alley. And then I just take my junk journals and things. The best part about it is there's no cell service. So although I can work a little bit, it's without any internet, it's a little bit harder to work. So that's one of the best things about it. So my glimmers list for today is about some glimmers from that particular trip. When we've done glimmers in the past, I've mentioned in a lot of cases, my glimmers have to do with nature. That's where I find a lot of glimmers. So definitely the glimmers on this list have to do with nature, and we'll talk about a couple of those photos. Carrie said, I seriously need to be better about pre-printing before we list, maybe one day. But you know what? You don't necessarily have to, right? I print mine at the last minute, like all these printed this morning. Carrie said, I'm printing out tickets from the show we saw last week to add to my glimmers page. Perfect, right? So you went to, you probably went to, I don't know, it depends on what show. Even if you go see a movie and you don't necessarily have real paper tickets, you could go to Google and Google the movie and grab a movie poster, and print it out or something like that. Wendy, we weren't in Jackson Hole. We were outside of Jackson Hole. So Grays River is outside of Alpine. If you were familiar kind of with Alpine, Wyoming, kind of where the bottom of the canyon, where people go whitewater rafting, and then you head out of Alpine. Okay. Oh, Tyler Henry. Ooh, I bet that's fun, right? Is that it? Okay, now I don't know. Is that a musician? Okay, so here's our start. My stamp that I'm going to use, I am going to use this guy, A Glimmer of Happiness, all right? I could use any of these as well. I could use that as my title, but I thought I'm going to go with A Glimmer of Happiness. Now, on this stamp set, I have not used, I don't know where my, oh wait, hold on, just one second. Let me just look here. I think I got a brand new one out, so it wasn't all mucked up for, oh, and I said an M there, like messy. It wasn't all messy. Got to be careful with that. I didn't say a bad word. Here we go. I have used this one, so I don't need to prime my stamp. All of my stamps I store in stamp storage sleeves. This is one of my products, the stamp storage sleeves. When I get new stamps, this is what I do. I take them out of the package. Some people, if they do this, will take the header from the packaging and trim it down so it goes in here. I just take white cardstock. I cut it to, this is 4x6 stamp, so 4x6 white cardstock, 4x6 stamp storage sleeve. I put that behind my stamp. So it just lives there, right? It makes it a little bit easier for me to see the stamp. But the reason that I do that is when I go to pull that stamp out, because it's plastic, right? The plastic sheet on top of the stamp, plastic, and then these are plastic. Sometimes it tends to stick. The plastic is sticky. Sometimes I might struggle to get that sticky to unstick. But if I just take out my little white cardstock and pop it in front, that just kind of breaks that stick, right? And then it's really easy to pull that right out. I do that with all of my stamps. My Lail by Mail stamps in all of my stamping stash, my personal stamps, my stash of stamps, my Carrie Bradford stamps, my Everyday Explorers. I do everything that way. So it makes everything nice and consistent. So it's really easy for me to find what I'm looking for. So here we go. Glimmer of Happiness. Let's grab, I'll do a little bit of decorating kind of once I get started here. Let me grab my stamping block. And actually, I did not. Usually what happens when I get the stamp samples, so we get stamp samples before they go into production so we can test them to make sure everything's okay. Usually what I do, I'm usually in a giant hurry when I'm doing that, so I put the entire sheet on the Misty and I just stamp everything at once after I condition it. But I did not clean that well at all. So let me just really quick, I've got my stamp chamois. Grab this. I have had this forever, and I've had this on the website forever. It is a clear stamp cleaner that Ranger makes, and I had never pulled it out. Well, I got lazy the other day. I was stamping, and I hadn't wet my stamp chamois, so I'm like, I'm just going to put this on there. This is, I was like, holy cow, why don't I use this? Between that little kind of foam head, just put it right on there. And then you can either use, your paper towel or whatever. But when I use that with my stamp chamois, it really cleans all of that black off. It just cleans your stamp really easily and really well. So sometimes, especially depending on what color you're using, you need a little bit more elbow grease. But because I had left that black on there, yeah, that just helped to get that a little bit clean. Now, before I ever ink that up, I want to make sure to dry that. That's really important. If you are using a pigment-based ink or a water-reactive ink, you want to make sure there's no moisture on your stamp at all. If there is, that moisture can interact with the properties of that ink, a pigment-based ink, and kind of change the properties a little bit. So depending on the color, sometimes it'll pull some weird colors out. Anyhow, I always make sure to dry before, after I clean. So now let's take a look at what color we want to do here. I don't know. I'm thinking one of the blues, maybe. I don't know. I think one of the blues. I mean, I have options here, right? I have yellow, I have orange, I have kind of a minty color, which is really hard to find. But I think I like that blue. So let's look. I have swatched all of my inks. These are all my Distress Oxide inks. I primarily, as I said before, use Distress Oxide inks. I just like the nice, clean stamped coverage it gives me when I use them. So let's go to my blues. I just organize them, Roy G. Biv, Rainbow. Mermaid Lagoon, no. Broken China? No, we're going too much in the green here. Oh, that's it. Salty Ocean. Salty Ocean. Now, I think I used Salty Ocean recently and realized I did not have that on the website. And I ordered them. And now it occurs to me, I don't think that I have actually added them to the website. So if you're like, ooh, salty ocean, I like that color, I'll make sure to do that this afternoon. All right, so I will always ish, 92.4% of the time, let's say, will do a test stamp before. I think it's really important to test before you stamp for a number of reasons. Ooh, golly, I just got salty ocean all over my fingernails. All right, I want to test stamp before for a number of reasons. Number one, I want to make sure I like the color. Number two, I want to make sure I have a really good idea of how much pressure to apply, right? Sometimes you need to apply more pressure on a stamp. Sometimes you need to apply less pressure on a stamp. The more detailed the stamp is, generally the less pressure you want to apply. If you've applied, okay. All right. If you've applied a lot of pressure, well, we're just going to do this anyway. And it's a more detailed stamp. A lot of times more pressure is going to flatten out that polymer and make your stamp look a little bit blurry. But also I like to test stamp to make sure that there's no little Reggie hair on my stamp, right? Maybe you don't have a Reggie, maybe you have a Paul or a Sally or a Shirley or a Bruno or whatever your dog or cat is. Or I don't know, whatever pet you have. Maybe you have a ferret that sheds, I don't know. I don't want to have any little hair or fuzz or fur on my stamp because my ink's not going to adhere there if I do that. So pencil boards. This is the original, right? That's the pencil board. That is the new A5 size. So pencil board, fancy name for something that you slide under a page. If you're working in a traveler's notebook or you're working in a planner or something like that. Maybe an A5 notebook, maybe an Archer and Olive or something like that, and you can't take the page out. A pencil board will give you a flat surface to stamp on. You just slide it under. Now, I'm going to do something here that I hope I'm not going to regret. Usually, if I am stamping on directly on the insert like this, and on the page behind, I have stamped directly on the insert. Usually, I would not stamp right here. Because sometimes when you're stamping, depending on how large the stamp is, depending on the color that you're using, sometimes you will get, let's see, sometimes you will get this. Now this is very thin paper, so this is going to be very exaggerated. You will end up with, that's a pretty large stamp, a pretty dark red. You will end up with a little bit of shadowing or ghosting on the back side. Now this is super thin paper, so it's really, really exaggerated there. But you run the risk of doing that. So I'm running the risk of doing this right now. And I'm just going to hope that it is what it is, right? Normally I say don't do this. You want to be aware of this, but I wonder if my labels here aren't large enough. That's from something different. I don't know. Hold on. I had pulled these out to use on the next list, but you know what? Maybe let me try this. Let's just play for a minute. These are from Vicky's. Those are from Vicky. Sorry, got sidetracked. From Vicky's Flower Emporium collection. Those little labels. So let me just going to try this and see. If I don't like it, I don't have to use it, right? Ew. Yep. There is, all right. There's a little bit of coating on here. I can feel it. It's a little bit slick. So you see what happened when I did that? It has kind of blurred a little bit. So I probably won't use that. But what I was thinking was doing that maybe right there, but I'm not going to do that since that blurred. So we're just going to go back to this. I'm getting a little bit of splotchy on here. So I'm just going to clean that off again. Clean that really well. And dry and re-ink. Some of what stamps are very messy, Wanda? Carrie said she loves the big pencil board. Add to cart. Perky's Papery loves a pencil board. Yeah, that's one of those tools. Erica, I love that. Erica said pencil board changed everything for me, right? Changed everything. So I think, Terry, I don't think I know I do have yes, thank you. I do have a label, tabs and label stamp set, but I don't think I don't think it's big enough. Let me just look. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go on, I'm just going to stamp it on there. And if I'm looking, my back's to you guys right now. Oh, why that's, oh, here it is. Yeah, not quite. It's just not quite large enough. All right, let's do this. We're going to do it. If it shadows or ghosts a little bit on the other side, you know what? It is what it is, right? Back over here. Oopsie. Get it nice and inked up. I don't want these here though. A little bit of ink on that. All right. Pencil board is underneath my page. There's a Reggie here. That's what I'm talking about. And this guy is going to go right here. I want to do nice even pressure. There we go. Glimmer of happiness. So it's good on this side. Now let's see what happens on the other side. Ah, we don't see it at all. I mean, if we go like this, if we hold this page up in the air and I really look, I see a little bit of shadowing or ghosting, but we're okay. If I had done that with black and if it was a much larger stamp, like if I had done a black one of these on this side, I would probably see it, but we're good. Just something to always be aware of, all right? You always just want to be aware of what you're doing before you do it. And here's the thing, if I had done that and it was really bad, well, there's nothing I would have been able to do on the back side because that's already done, right? If I did something here to mess it up, I could, stamp again and put something on top of it. All right, so let's now grab my Sharpie. I need to just do my little outline before I get too far here. Some of my lists have photos, some don't. I'd say probably majority of my lists don't have photos. Sometimes if you have to think about what photos you want to use and then you have to go in and find the photos and edit them and print them and all that, sometimes that's enough to make you not do it. Like not do whatever the project is at all, the list or whatever it is, right? And I don't want something like that to prevent any of us from actually, playing and being creative. Don't want that to prevent us. So sometimes I'm like, you know what? I don't want to mess with that, so I don't need to have any photos. All right, let's see what we have here. This little guy could probably go right there because it would work really well right there next to my little field of yellow black-eyed Susans. That's what they are. That's funny. Earlier, I'm like sunflowers. I'm like, no, those aren't sunflowers. And then I'm like, daisies? No, not daisies either. They're black-eyed Susans. And those were just up this canyon where we were, Grays River Canyon. Just every morning, if it wasn't raining, it rained quite a bit. If it wasn't raining, we'd get up and walk up the road, a couple miles round trip just to get some exercise. And beautiful on the side of kind of the canyon. Beautiful field of these black-eyed Susans. All right, there we go. Now, over here, I could probably take these two together. We're going to do this. We'll bring in a little bit of green. There's green up here, and there's a little bit of green down here in the bottom. Layer these guys. So these are just die cuts from that spring summer season pass. How did I have that? Maybe that way? Okay. Then we'll cut these off the edge. And maybe we'll do this little guy right there. Oh yeah, now we're bringing some blue in. Okay. The blue and white, yes, I think so too, April. April said she loves the blue and white together. It's just a really nice combo. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Pick that guy up. I think we'll do this right here. Okay. Now, before I start my list, there's another stamp I want to use from here. We're going to put this guy away. And it is this one that says a day brightener. Kind of like a little sun, right? A day brightener. And I think I'm going to put this one right here. So maybe we'll just do a yellow because it kind of looks like a sun. And then we'll have a little bit of yellow-ish all through here. So let's look at that yellow. I'm going to say that's probably fossilized amber when we look through our yellows. No, mustard seed. It's usually, yep, fossilized amber. All right, so salty ocean and now fossilized amber. And again, if you're just started getting out stamping and you think you want to use distress oxides and you don't want to buy the full 3 size, just released today, there are now sets of the little ones, the little 1x1s. You'll notice there, I just swapped out a stamping block. I swapped out one for the other. I'm a big believer when it comes to stamping in right sizing your stamp to your stamping block to your stamp. It makes it much easier. If you can collect a couple different size stamping blocks, I think you'll find that it is much easier to handle your stamps. If you only have 1 or 2 stamping blocks, then basically you have to go with the lowest common denominator, which in some cases could be this. Maybe this is your stamping block that you use for everything, which is perfect for a large stamp, but when it comes to a small stamp like that, it works. It's just a little bit harder to maneuver because it's so large and your stamp is so small. So we have lots of different size stamping blocks on the website. All right, so day brightener. We'll put this little guy right here. There we go. Cute. I'll bring that up so you can see it. It might be a little bit hard to see. Just nice, subtle little yellow there. All righty. Wanda said, I've been thinking about going back to my childhood days and listing my memories. That will be such a big task. So, Wanda, this would be an idea if you want to do that and it seems too daunting. In the past, we've done some lists like that, some childhood things, like maybe some of your favorite childhood summer memories, or maybe some of your favorite childhood Christmas memories. So maybe your favorite childhood memories with your friends, your little friend, your friends as little kids. That may be a little bit more of an easier way to kind of chunk that apart and make it a little bit more manageable. That's just an idea. Margarita, hello. You have only the big archival in black. The rest is all small ink pads. Yeah, if you can find a small ink pad that you really like and you like the brand and you like the property, different things. It just depends. If you're not a huge stamper, then the small ones might be a good idea. If you like to travel with your inks, definitely there might be a good idea. All right, so now let's take a look. What else do I have here? I think we're about ready to get going. Only other thing I might add would be from this Glimmer stamp set. Let's get this guy ready. Oh, there's the dies in the back. Let me get this one out. I think we might want to have, well, I know what we need to have for sure. We need to have my little bullet, my little glimmer there. That is what I will use as I kind of write all the things on my list. I'm putting that at the end of the stamping stylus. That is, again, right sizing your stamping block to your stamp. Again, if you only have 1 stamping block, that is a really teeny tiny stamp to trying to be used on a giant stamping block. We'll have to see if we do that. We might continue to do fossilized amber for all of our bullets. But I think I would also like to maybe do, would this little guy fit here? This little cluster of glimmers. So, glimmers. Do you do glimmers? Do you think about glimmers? Even if you don't list with us, do you think about glimmers? Is that something you've kind of brought into your world? Or maybe you already knew about them. And if so, tell me some glimmers, or tell me a glimmer that you experienced this week. I think this will go really well right here. Now, I'm not going to put a pencil board right here, because I know from experience, if I do that, maybe we'll put it right here. There we go. If I try to put a pencil board in here, it would work, but it can only get so far, right? And a page like this, it can only get so far in because it stops. So just something to be aware of. If you're trying to stamp more towards the edge, just kind of like this one, I came in a little bit because I knew if I tried to stamp all the way to the edge with the pencil board, I might have a problem. All right, and then I think, I don't know, maybe we just do a couple of these. I'll just do that there for now. I don't want to add don't want to add more of those in here because my list will be in here and then it might get confusing. All right, I think we're at a good spot for now. Let's start out with what's on my list. All right. Well, I'll start with this one. And that one is the Field of Dreams. No, the Field of Black-Eyed Susans. Okay, so this is a run-on list. I'm basically just making a list, and I am putting bullets, those little bullets, in between the things on my list. Now, Glimmer of Happiness. I'm going to just write very little under here. From our trip to I'm going to say Alpine. I'll say Alpine, Wyoming, because over the 4th. All right? So, Glimmer of Happiness from our trip to Alpine, Wyoming over the 4th. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do a little bit of a little line there just to kind of separate that title a little bit now from my list. Like that. All right? So Field of Black-Eyed Susans. So now I don't have to say Field of Black-Eyed Susans up the Grays River Canyon on our, because they're basically all from that trip. Where are we? Oh my gosh. Let's see. Murphy Lake. We stumbled upon it one afternoon as we were out exploring in the Jeep. So, this lake, literally, it is so densely, not densely, I'm sorry. You hardly see people up this canyon. And this was probably an hour from our campsite. We were just tooling around, didn't know really where we were going. And we saw the sign for Murphy Lake. And I don't know, drove probably about 5 miles, literally in the middle of nowhere, up this canyon. That we pulled in, and that is what, that was it. It was so stunningly beautiful. Like, you talk about a glimmer. We come around the corner, we pull into this little lot, and it was like, holy cow, like stunning. Nick and I kept joking because we were taking pictures and selfies and things, and we're like, it looks like a fake backdrop. You are so remote here that there's a little picnic table there, and there is a huge metal box that you can lock your food in. because of bears, right? I mean, like, so you were way out in the wilderness, like nobody around, way out in the wilderness, but it was beautiful. Louisa said, another glimmer. We planted pomegranate trees a few years ago. This week I saw a few fruits for the first time. I love that. Oh, that's so cool. That is awesome. A few pomegranates. Love it. But yes, it was stunning. Now, the only way the glimmer could have been better is if we got in the car, got back in the Jeep, and saw a bear. Then it'd been like, oh my gosh. But it would not have been a glimmer if we were outside of the Jeep and saw a bear. That would scare the pants off of me. We'd have to be in the Jeep seeing a bear. One of these days, I'm like, we're going to see a bear. I know it. But hopefully we're in a good position to see the bear and not, we do take bear spray with us and a bear bell because you never know. All right. Next one. What was another glimmer from that trip? This one. I posted this on Instagram. I posted these photos in the Lail by Mail Facebook group. We'll see if you can see that. So do you see that photo? I don't want it to be blurry. That photo, if you see those clouds look very different than normal clouds. They're upside down. They're not rare from what I understand, but we had just eaten, this is the Snake River, and we had just eaten at this amazing place anyhow on the Snake River. And as we're leaving, I'm like, oh my gosh, Nick, holy cow, stop. The clouds are upside down. They're called Manimus clouds. We had never seen anything like that. And I tell you, my brain was like, wait a minute, what? My brain was having such a hard time wrapping itself around, around that because the clouds are upside down. It has something to do with weather currents and, the storms. There've been a lot of storms in the area, but that's probably will be one of those glimmers in my head that sticks around for a really long time because it was that cool. Anne said, glimmer for her, my husband cleaned my car inside and out, right? Absolutely. That's a great one. Glimmers can be big. Glimmers can be small. Glimmers can be whatever they are to you, right? It's one of those you do you. Something that's a glimmer to me might not ever even cross you. Might not even be like, well, yeah, no. And you might have something that's a glimmer that may not appeal to me, right? All right. Seeing upside down clouds, Manimus clouds, after eating dinner at Silver Fork. Hang on, hold on 1 second. I gotta ask Nick because I can't get this wrong. Hopefully he's still here. Hang on 1 sec. Let me just put that there. I think it's Silver Fork, but I gotta make sure. I don't want to write the wrong thing down. Nick. 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 He is not here, but he has a hat. And I went and looked at it. South Fork. I'm glad I looked at that. South Fork Lodge. After eating dinner at South Fork Lodge. They were incredible. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is probably something totally rare phenomenon that I'm seeing. Now, I Google them, and they're like, no, they're not rare. It's just, has to be the right conditions. Okay. Rare to me. All right, next up. Anne, thank you. Anne said, Lail's lives are a glimmer for me. They're a glimmer for me too, because I just have so much fun with you guys. It's so fun. Shannon said, I want to see a bear and when I'm in the mountains with camera in hand, right? Lisa's husband had her favorite drink waiting for her in the fridge when she got home from work, right? That's beautiful. I love that. I love that. Colleen, if you want to send me an email, I'll help you find it up there for sure. All right. I'm gonna keep going. Let's see. Now I don't want to get, I think I'd like to leave a little bit of space here, so I won't write on that line, but I'll start over here and then come back over here. Oh, Grand Teton. That is in Teton National Park. That mountain range is unbelievable. You guys know, if you know me, Nick and I are huge national park geeks. Huge national park geeks. We'd been to Teton National Park. We'd been there before. Had not. It'd been years. And we were only about an hour away. So I'm like, Nick, let's just go do that one afternoon. And we did. And if you are ever near Jackson Hole, Wyoming, I cannot recommend that enough. That national park is stunning. The mountains, I mean, you can't even, it's so beautiful. But for me, the glimmer was, we waited for, it seemed like about an hour as we're going through the park. That is Grand Teton. So this is a Teton mountain range, but that is Grand Teton, the big one. And there were these clouds for at least an hour that were covering the tip. And I'm like, you know what? I really would like to get that photo without the clouds there. So finally there was a break in the clouds, and then they went back over it again. So that was the glimmer for me. I mean, seeing the Grand Tetons again. No, the Teton. There's only one Grand Teton, which is the big one. But so it's called Grand Teton National Park, if I remember. Seeing the Tetons again in, whoopsie, I don't remember if it's called Grand Teton National Park or Teton National Park. I have I know, this is how I can figure it out. Hang on. Where is it? Hold on. I'm all over the board today, aren't I? Oh, here we go. Yes, Grand Teton National Park, because this is all of my memorabilia that I bought when I was there, and I store them in my little storage pouches. Grand Teton National Park. Now, this I just need to clean up. I wrote a little, ooh, that's really juicy. Okay. It'll take a minute to dry. That's a paint pen, a white paint pen. So I basically erased that little mark. Again, in Grand Teton National Park, and waiting for over an hour for the clouds to break over the Grand Teton. Okay. So this is, and this will be on my in the news list for July, and this makes me cry. If you follow any of the news about the fires that have been in the West, earlier this month, a fire in Grand Canyon National Park took the Grand Canyon Lodge, I believe that's what it's called. But this beautiful lodge that had been built in the early 1900s, or, you know, I don't quote me on that, but burn it to the ground. And it's so sad to see things like that happen. And, you know, it obviously hit the park as well. But right now what's happening is the national park that Nick and I went to earlier, I guess in June, in Colorado, the Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park. And that fire there has gutted that national park, like gutted. I think the South Rim is just burned. I mean, just the devastating fires, and it just makes me so sad. I mean, you hate to see any kind of fire destruction, you know, especially as it affects homes and businesses. And these didn't. I mean, it's just this is a different kind of fire, but just breaks your heart. So we're on a journey to eventually see all the national parks. I think we're 14 down. Next week it'll be 15. We'll kick off our 15th one. All right, I digress totally though. This is another one. This is like the biggest glimmer for me is going to the gift shops at the national park. Gift shops too. At the park or in the park. They make me so happy. I love national park gift shops. And if you look at my little goodies in my little goodie bag here from that trip, you will see, let me see if I can find this in here. I think they're in this one. Oopsie. Maybe? I think I have some of those. I think I bought. You can't always find them. Oh, here we go. There you go. Your little stickers, right? All right. Like the destination unknown. Now you can make your own. All right. This list is taking forever, isn't it? We're almost done, friends. We'll move on to the next one soon. We're just about there. At one point in the park, we taking the roof off the Jeep and enjoying the fresh air and scenery. Just the little things. I mean, it just glimmers make me happy. We tried to get a glimmer last night. We went in the Jeep up one of the canyons looking for our moose friend that always is in the same spot up one of the canyons, and he was not there. We beat an incredible thunderstorm home by about 2 minutes. We pulled in, and 2 minutes later, there was a downpour like you've never seen, like rain sideways, and we were in the Jeep. So we barely missed it. I mean, that would have been, I don't know what we would have done. That would have not been good. Listening to the beautiful sound of the river while working in my jump drill. I just have a little table, literally set it up right outside of the Harvey door, the side of the river, and was just crafting and playing and creating, and it was lovely. It was lovely, but the river is the background. All right, so there we go. Those are my glimmers for from our trip to Alpine, Wyoming, and I'm going to date this today. This is July 19/2025. All right, there we go. All done. Doesn't need any more. So again, that design 100% inspired by something I saw Susanna Lee, one of my design team members, do on Instagram. It wasn't even one with any of my products. I just had 4 photos there and did her journaling in there, and I just thought I love that. So yes, totally inspired by her. All right. Wanda said, I'm glad I already have this paper. Now I just need to find a good subject. So you will see me with Season Pass. But I have been. You'll see me start doing a little bit more, but working in, I use Season Pass to kind of decorate my Traveler's Notebook pockets, one of my Traveler's Notebooks, and my slip covers for my inserts every month. But you'll start to see me pull more of it into my list as we keep going. We had a great design meeting, great design meeting yesterday about Season Pass for 2026. All right. Always lots to work on. Shannon, souvenirs are a necessity. I 100%, right? Wanda collects thimbles and stickers wherever I go. So you guys, I think this was a fun one. We did a list a couple of years ago. I don't know. It's in one of the idea books about things I collect. That was fun, right? You can do a list about anything, really, right? Things I collect. I mean, we have done more than 500. I think at the end of this year will be about 600 because it's about 500. It's usually about 100 lists a year. So they're just racking up there for sure. They're racking up. All right, we get these things put away, and then we'll be ready for our next list. Our next list, while I'm putting these things away, is listening to lately, like currently listening. What are you listening to lately? Now, I like music, so mine has to do with listening to music. Maybe you're not really a huge music fan. Maybe you like to listen to podcasts. Maybe you like to listen to books on tape, audible books, right? Books on tape is what I call them, right? That's how you know how old I am, because that's what they used to be. You used to check out a cassette tape from the library to listen to the book. Well, it was a series of cassette tapes, right? But maybe you like to listen to books on tape. Maybe you like to listen to talk radio. Maybe you like to listen to, I don't know, what do you like to listen to? What are you listening to lately? So currently is a list that we do every so often. Sometimes our currently list is, let me look and see if we have one here. Sometimes our currently list is, I know we did one recently. Maybe? Sometimes our currently list is a lot of things, what you're currently eating, drinking, loving, listening to, watching, crafting, doing, feeling. Sometimes it's one like that that has a lot of things. And then sometimes we do a currently list that is specific to one thing, like today, what you're currently listening to. So for this one, I am using a few things from Vicky's Flower Emporium collection. And I am using a large photo. Two on this, two with photos this week. But this one to me just totally called for a large photo. And I will explain why in a moment. All right, get this. I had pulled these out. I thought maybe those would work. Let me get these things out of the way. This will make life a little easier. But I do need the Mini Icons music. I'll be using that. That is, like I said, I store all of my stamps in the stamp storage sleeves. They're the smallest size is 3x4. There's a 4x6. There's a 5x7 and a 6x8. That's a 3x3 stamp. There is not a 3x3 stamp storage sleeve. But there is if I take a 3x4 and cut the top off, right? So that's what that is. It's just a little 3x3 and a 3x4 with the top cut off. Okay, so here we go. We don't need this right now. Let's just put those two up to the side. I am going to use, I thought I would use these guys. Some rub-ons from Vicky's Flower Emporium. And these are blendable no, they're not blendable. There's two different rub-on sets, I think, in this. Anyhow, you'll see. It's this pack that has kind of all these little textures on it. So we have some blues. All mine are synonyms. Ephemera, patience. Just seeing what those are. Oh, there it is. I'm like, where's the other one? All right, there we go. So I have blues and pinks and reds and oranges. So we may use one of those. We may use both. We'll see. I don't think I will use these guys. All right. This is the photo I am using. That is Nick. Those are a whole bunch of record albums on the floor. When Nick and I were in Oregon in May, we had stayed at an Airbnb. We rented a house there. And it was this really, on the beach, it was this really cool, like mid-century modern that, the family had remodeled. And we walk in and we kind of get, everything unpacked and we get settled. And there is a turntable, a record player, right? And Nick's like, oh my gosh, how cool. And then they have all of these records. Well, Nick sits down and he's going through these records. That was like the highlight, not really the highlight of the trip for Nick, but he was like a kid in a candy store. He was so excited. And he was going through all of these records. And we figured these people were probably our same age-ish because they had all of these albums from the 80s. And anytime we were in that house, we never turned on the TV once while we were there. We were out exploring a lot, but anytime we were in the house, he always had a record on, And on that trip, we were doing kind of a lot of driving, going in between different things that we wanted to see. And we started talking about maybe we should get a turntable. So he researched and found one that would work with the speaker system that we have in our house. And we bought 2 records from a little antique store while we were there, little cheap $5 records. And we came home and eventually ordered a turntable. And when we were in Colorado, I started saying, you know what would be really fun is on all of our travels, we really should like start stopping into record stores and antique stores and junk stores like that looking for record albums, because wouldn't it be fun to be picking up albums from some of the different places we go. So when we were in Grand Junction, we found the record store of all record stores. I don't even remember what it was called. It was amazing. We came out with a stack. I mean, we bought a lot of records while we were there. So what I thought would be fun is to do my list about currently listening is listening and the albums that we have been listening to based on kind of that whole story. So this is large photo I'm using. I need to trim it a little bit more. That is roughly, it's a little bit smaller than a 5 by 8.25. So 5 by 8.25 is the size of my Traveler's Notebook insert. All right, let's just see. There we go. And I will round the corners. So this, I think we put a bunch of the albums on the floor, and then I think probably sent a text to the boys and said, okay, they always have a hard time, you know, what to get dad for any kind of holiday or Father's Day or something. So I've actually started a Google Doc that we can all share. I can share with them, and then, you know, what we have, and then, you know, what Nick would like to have, kind of a wish list or whatever. Now, I really like music too. So some of them are things that I like. Some of them are things he likes. In some cases, we have very similar music tastes, and others not at all. Like he really likes Neil Young and Stevie Ray Vaughan, and I don't particularly care for that. So, but that's fine. You know, we have our different music tastes, and so those are not on my list. Things we're currently listening to, but those aren't on my list. All right, so now here we go. I think I'll put this guy over here. Wendy, I know, I call it records. Wendy said, I have an extensive vinyl collection. My husband keeps me on a budget because there are 9 awesome record stores in New Orleans. Oh, holy cow. Yeah, I will tell you, you can spend a small fortune. Now, we were talking with someone the other day about this, and he's like, so are they all like old records, used records? And we're like, well, some are, some aren't. There are artists still produce vinyl. So one of these is Chris Stapleton, his Traveler album. And that is, you know, a newer. Taylor Swift, we also have her Folklore. Love that. That is newer. But then some of these are old that you go on eBay or go on, really eBay is where I tend to find some of those, because then they're like these obscure that, unless you went to a garage sale or an estate sale or, you know, something like that, maybe a little bit harder to find. So I don't know. I mean, I think vinyl is definitely it's very popular again. So I don't know if, unless you find it like, you know, some garage sale, somebody's getting rid of, you know, their parents' old albums or something. I don't know if there are a lot of good deals anymore to be had on, you know, you go somewhere and you're buying albums for $1. The new ones, definitely not. I mean, the new ones are about $30, I think. Seems to be what we found with new ones. But anyhow, just kind of a fun thing to be collecting, right? And of course, now I've got them in a Google spreadsheet, and where we bought them, when we bought them, who the artist is, what the album is, just so it makes it really easy so we know what we have and don't have. All right, I'm going to do this. It's going to be a little bit off, but that's okay because it's a little bit shorter. But I would like to outline that too. I just switched from my regular Sharpie that I was outlining on my insert page to now I switched to this guy. That is a Zig photo signature. So that is a photo, right? If you've ever tried to write on a photo before with any kind of pen, the pen is pretty much useless. And then it ruins it. So that is that is specifically designed for writing on slick surfaces like a photo. Yes, Amy said, I am the queen of spreadsheets. I am one of those people, I say I'm like whole-brained. I am right-brained and left-brained. So creative, but I also think in spreadsheets. That's just how I'm wired, is to think that way. So yes. I literally, when someone starts talking about something like that, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna make a spreadsheet and then I can sort this way or sort that way and I could put filters on and yeah. Let's see, someone just said they have like 250 albums. 111 Renee's, I probably have at least 250 albums from when I was growing up. A few of them was able to get autographed when the bands came to our city for concerts. I love that. That is so fun. And you know what? I mean, here's the thing. Yes, of course, you can go to Spotify, you can go to Pandora, you can do Apple Music or whatever and listen to a lot of the same music, but it's a different quality. Vinyl is just a different quality. And there's just something really fun about it. One of my favorite sounds is when that album is over and the needle kind of comes off and kind of drops back into its thing. That's just a really fun sound, I think, from my childhood. All right, so now let me look at my little sketch here. What was I going to do? Oh yes, good. I'm glad I looked at that. So there's my little sketch. There's my photo. Those little blobs are the rub-ons that I'm planning on using, but there was another thing I wanted to use. I'm glad I looked at that. I would have forgotten and I would have been sad. It is from Glimmers, and it is this. Oh, not that one. This one. This one that says something about this moment. So I thought, you know what, I maybe need to, I don't know, I have to figure out if I'm trying to tell this story in a way. Anywhere. So if I put this here, wait, I was going to do this. All right. So I think what I might do here is, oh, where does that go? That fell out of here. I need to put that back. I need a white piece of cardstock. So here's a little scrap. What I thought might be fun, there's something about this moment. I thought if I stamped that on a little piece of cardstock, oopsie, turn that over. I'm going to clean that again though, because that was, yeah. Put a little bit of that. You don't need a lot of that. All right, get my little chamois here, get that black off. That would not have, I mean, it was clean. It would not have affected, you know, if I put a color on there, it would not have affected it, but really just a good idea to clean your stamps right after you use them. Your stamps will last you a really long time if you take care of them. They will take care of you if you take care of them. Totally clean that off, or dry it off now. Ooh. Okay, we're good. Got a little bit of that white paint on me. Jackie said, I have a spreadsheet of all the things I have purchased not only from Lael, but all other craft sellers, such as Simple Stories, Echo Park. Oh, you are a girl after my own heart, Jackie. Debbie said hers are on Evernote. Debbie, I used Evernote for a really long time. Yep. Shay said, does anybody know a good brand of turntable? So, Shay, I probably no help in that what we got we have a Sonos system. And so we had to find one that would work with Sonos. The one that was at the Airbnb where we were starts with a C. Crosby? But it was Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi enabled. So whatever speakers you know what? Never mind. Probably shouldn't even be. I don't even know what I'm saying. So. We'll let somebody else advise on that. But it's been fun. We've had a lot of fun with it. All right. So my thought was this would be fun. Something about this moment. And that was from the Glimmer stamp set, right? Now that can be used for anything. Ooh. That does not have to be specific to a Glimmer, right? Oh. Look how nice that is. That is just so nice and crisp. I love that little grid. Good job, designer. I just, you know, the person that designed that for me. She's amazing. She's incredibly talented. It's just I've known her for years, many years. We go back lots of years. Paths have crossed many times, but knew her to working with us this year. And it's been awesome. Been very awesome. All right, so let's do my little thing here. So if you are doing a currently listening with me, what is on your list? Are you doing it about music? Golly, doing it about music. Are you doing it about audible books? I still have my techniques turned Crosley. Thank you, Anne Crosby. Yes, Crosley. I don't know if that's a good one or not. That's just what they had. Wendy, a 1979 Pioneer, a classic. Check with your local audio repair store. Yeah. If it's vintage, Marantz is one option. Pioneer from your teenage years. Oh gosh. Now speaking of that, you know what that reminds me of? This would be my more like young career years. You used to get them at a furniture store, and it'd be the thing that was like 3 feet tall, and it had the record player on it. It had the cassette tape. It had my gosh, I'm having a hard time with words today. The equalizer? No, that's not it. Anyhow, and it was a stack, right? It had all those things in the stack. You know, this is bugging me. Those are not, when I bring out my little things, my trimmers, these are not the trimmers I use on an everyday basis. These are just small that I can bring in and out of frame really easily, but they're just giving me trouble today. All right, so this is what I'm thinking with this. My thought was I could do this right here, something in this moment, put that there, and maybe just do a little like notch along the end. So if we did that, I would say we'd want that to be maybe about right here. Okay. So notch, a triangle, right? There's a really easy way to do that if you'd like it to be even. If you take whatever you want to put the notch in like this and pinch it, ooh, well, that didn't work so well. That's because it's cardstock, so yeah, nope, not doing it that way. If you're doing that with pattern paper, it works really well, but that cardstock is too thick. So I'm gonna go back to the drawing board and make that about, what was that? About 4 1/4. It made too much of a little dent there in my little piece. So instead of pinching it, if it was like pattern paper, I could pinch it and it wouldn't make a crease. But because it's too thick, it made a little crease there. So what I'm going to do is grab my scissors and I'm going to do a little knot, just a little slit right there. Okay, one little slit, and then I will come in from the left side to that slit, flip it over, and I'll come in from the left side again. All right, so that's actually a little crooked. All right, there we go. Now let's do our little outlining here. And this will be like that. So this can just go right there at the bottom. And this is where I'll do my little journaling, okay? I gotta explain. So, after our trip to Oregon in May, we decided to buy a turntable and have started collecting vinyl records. We're having so much fun doing it. Okay, so I didn't have that planned out ahead of time what I wanted to say. I basically just started writing, and then whatever I had room for fit, and then just end it whenever it needs to end based on space. If something like that makes you nervous, then you can figure out what you want to say ahead of time, write it down, and then go ahead and write it. Okay, so that will just go over here. Before I do that, I feel like I'm going to wait 1 second because let's figure out this side. Let's figure out what color we want to use over here. And then I think I'm going to just ink the edges of that so it just pops a little bit more off of that photo. But as I look at this, there's two that are kind of standing out to me that seem like they would work really well with, I don't know, the whole idea of records. And for me, that is kind of these, the little stars. So I'm going to use both of those. Now, with rub-ons, if you haven't used rub-ons in a while, let's talk about rub-ons. Let's do a little refresher course here. 49 and Market does their rub-ons. Typically, well, they do two different kinds, but typically the ones with their collections are 6 by 12. So in this package from Vicky's Flower Emporium, there are 3 6 by 12 sheets. When you pull them out, what I recommend that you do, and this is any kind of rub-on, there's really 12 or 6 sheets in there instead of 3. One is the rub-on itself, and then the second sheet is a little protective backer. I always recommend that you staple your sheets together, and this is just me, right? This is my process. Doesn't mean you have to do it, but there's a reason I do this. So grab my stapler, staple that sheet together. I had already done that with this one. I will do that with this one. The reason that I like to do that is because the way that rub-ons work is pressure. So when I'm ready to use a rub-on, I will apply pressure to the rub-on and it removes it or transfers it from the sheet onto whatever you're trying to rub it onto. The danger with rub-ons for me is that I work like this and there's stuff everywhere. So if I haven't stapled these two sheets together, chances are those two sheets are going to somehow become separated. And then this is going to end up somewhere where I don't want it. Either on my work surface, on my arm, on my list, on my project I've been working really hard on. And then I'm going to end up with rub-on where I don't want it. So stapling those two sheets together is going to help prevent that from happening, all right? Then when I'm ready to work with a rub-on, all I do is take my scissors and I cut that apart from the sheet. You don't have to do that, but I find if you try to only get the rub-on on that you want from a sheet and you're trying to do it with the whole sheet, inevitably I will end up with rub-on from something else somewhere that I don't want it to be. So staple helps keep them together, and then when you're ready to use a rub-on, cut it apart. So I still have my rub-on with my little protective backer there when I'm ready to use it. So I think what I would like to do is maybe, I don't know, maybe we just end up with blues and we don't bring in that pink too. I mean, there are some pinkishes down there. I don't know. But there are other blues that I could use on here if I wanted. So maybe we just do that. Maybe we could do a little blue and green. Maybe we pull this guy. So these rub-ons are just, you know, little designs, kind of fun little backgrounds that I won't necessarily write on them. I will probably write around. All right, so this guy, if I want this guy to go, oh wait, let's look. Let me put that back on for a second. Let's see where we think we want this guy to go. I was thinking I was going to do it here. I mean, I guess kind of visual triangle there, but I don't know. If this, I just need them to kind of go in places, right? I guess maybe if my little title is up here currently and then these are maybe here. I don't know, let's try it. This guy. So I'm going to peel away the protective backer like that. And I'm going to place this where I want to do my rub-on. Once you place it, don't try to move it. Rub-ons apply from pressure. Some rub-ons are a little bit stickier in nature than others. The 49 and Market rub-ons are sticky. They kind of have a little tacky back to them. So once I put that down, it's starting to stick. If I try to bring it back up and I'm like, oh, I don't like it there, you're going to end up with some rub-on there. So you just kind of need to commit. I've been holding on. My thumb is holding that on. When you're working with rub-ons, you want to think opposite of Elsa. Elsa says, let it go, right? She sings in Frozen, let it go. You do not want to let rub-ons go, right? So I never want to let go of this until I know I'm 100% ready. And this is how I do that. So I'm holding on. I'm grabbing this little guy. This is actually an embossing tool, but I call it a rub-on tool. On my website, you can find that. It's a Tonic Studio, but I call it a rub-on tool. So I'm just taking that little end and I am rubbing it over that rub-on. But I am always holding on, all right? So I'm holding on here. Well, now I need to be able to get in there. So I'm going to hold here and move. I always want to be holding on. I don't want that rub-on to move. If that rub-on moves, I'll end up with a skip or a crack in my rub-on. Now, it wouldn't be as obvious with that, but with something like this, if I did that and there was a big old white crack in the middle there, it would be fine. It's not ruined. It would just be something that bothered me. So you always want to be holding on. You never want to let go, right? So keep going, get that nice and rubbed on until I think it's where. I think that's probably pretty good, right? I don't want to assume it's good. I don't want to assume that's all rubbed on yet. I'm still holding on. I'm going to slowly start to peel away that sheet. And if any of it is not rubbed on, I will know because it will still remain on the sheet. If any of that was rubbed on, let's say that whole part right there, it didn't get rubbed on. All I would do is lay it back down and rub it on again. Because I've never let go of that, I would not have any kind of crack in there because it's never moved. So I always, for me, this is my process of using rub-on. So I'm going to do the same thing. We know we're good this way. Let's keep looking this way. Just in case it did not transfer, all I have to do is lay it back down again, rub on where it didn't transfer, and then I'm good. All right, so now I'm just going to rub that. We are good to go with that rub on. All right, so it's just a little nice little bit of an accent. Let me look. April said, question, any plans to make dies for list builder labels? April, there is not. That is a stamp that's been around for quite a while, and it's one that as soon as they're gone, they will be retired. So no plans to make a die set for that. Good question. I'm going to have a sip of coffee here. Angel time. Oh, I missed it by a minute, Colleen. Don't let go, Jack. That's funny. Okay. All right. So now let's see if I want to do a little bit of this. And it's pretty large. So I'm thinking maybe what I want to do here is only do part of this, like right here. Just a little part. So if I only want to do part of this, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut part of it away. But if I put a little staple in there, and then I decide where I want to cut it away, I can now use that somewhere else. Like I could even maybe I could probably come in and do this over here maybe. Anyhow, that's now saved for something else because it's stapled together and it'll be fine. So if we do this up here, let's look. Do we like that there? This part up here, let me just do this. This little point up here is not really doing it for me, so. There. Now I have that little piece wherever it went. Oh, here we go. That's something I can use somewhere else. But because I stapled them together, I don't have to worry about it accidentally going somewhere I didn't want it to go, right? Yeah, there we go. That's a hard line, so I'd like it to go on this side.
Don't make any accidents.
Don't make any accidents.
Yeah.
Like what?
You said you were accidentally going to do something.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, yes, sorry. I have to take the, yeah, you've got to take the little backer off or nothing's going to work there. So on this one, I haven't used a lot of product, have I? I mean, really, the photo is kind of the star of the show. I'll do some stamping, but then outside of that, just a little bit of rub-on. So you get to decide what you use. You get to decide if you want to use photos or don't use photos. You get to decide if you want to use rub-ons or stamps or stickers or washi or die cuts. You know, it's your list. You do you. I always say there's only two things that you need to play to do what we do. You need something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, you get to decide, right? And it may only be something to write with and something to write on. Doesn't have to be fancy. So we're holding on. We good? Look, so far we're good. Let's go this way and see. Don't want to let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Yep, we're good. Okay, there we go. Now, if I felt like I needed, I don't know, maybe a little bit more up here, we could do something like that up there. We'll wait, all right? But the whole reason I wanted to do those was because I felt like I needed to ink the edges of this a little bit. And really probably, I mean, I've got a lot of blue going on. I probably should do blue. Just that'll be easier. So let's look at faded jeans. Probably pretty close. Let's get faded jeans. Where's the UPS man? Faded jeans, where are you? All right, faded jeans, and then I need this. Oh, and I need this. My little foam blending tool. That's the handle. These are my little foam blenders, all right? So I am looking for faded jeans. There's faded jeans. I'm going to pull that off. Velcro there, and then whatever sticks to Velcro there, like a little felt. And that now is my little blending tool. Let me just do this so it's really stuck on there. This is a genius product that Amy brought to me years ago when we started working together. This is a foam blending storage. We do these in probably, I think maybe 10 different stamp manufacturers. So when you buy the storage, it has the case, it has your sheets inside, and you get to pick what sheets they are. So I use Distress Oxide, so that's what that is. You can store 2 sheets per container. So for these, I have 40. I have space for 40 of my little ink blending tools here in one storage system. Also includes 40 pre-punched circles, so you are swatching your circles. Amy did a great video that you can see on the product on how to, do all the swatching and all that. So you have the pre-punched circles, and then you also have 40 little Velcro pieces. So this way, I've got everything all stored. I have all 80 of my Distress Oxide inks all stored in those little storage containers. So what I'm going to do with that is I have faded jeans. I have my little ink blending tool. So I'm just kind of circular motion on the top of that ink pad. And to give this just a little bit more zhuzh, a little bit of, I don't know, just make it stand out a little bit, because it's kind of plain when it's black and white like that, especially when it sat on the photo. It got a little bit lost. It kind of blended in a little bit. So all I'm doing is inking the edges of that little piece. So adding a little bit of color to it. Like that. That is as mixed media as I get, friends. Now look at that. Look at how much better that pops just sitting on there. Just that little tiny bit of doing that. It just gave it so much more, you can really see it, right? As opposed to, I don't know where our other one went that we were playing with. Oh, here. We'll just pretend, right? So when you just look at those two side by side, just that little act of inking the edges just really made that stand out. Now, if I was not working in a traveler's notebook, I would add a little bit of foam adhesive behind this end just to help it pop a little bit off the page. But I don't do that when I'm working in a traveler's notebook. I don't do any kind of foam adhesive or anything because it's fine on this page, but as soon as I come over to this page and start trying to work to stamp or write or anything, I've got some foam adhesive, some not. It makes it really hard to kind of work on that. So I just leave it just flat. just flat. Okay, so now we have, oh, we need currently. I don't think I got currently out. Duh. Let me get currently stamp set out here. Currently. Now, does that have currently 1 and 2 in it? It does. Okay. So we have currently and currently 2, and then also a word and shadow die. So let me just get these out. Currently, that's the OG, that's the first one. It's not called OG, but so it has your title and then a whole bunch of different prompts, and then this is currently 2. Lots more prompts. So same exact font, just lots more options for documenting your currently. Again, sometimes when I use currently, I do currently and then I have a whole bunch of these prompts that I'm just filling in. And then other times like this, I'm focusing in on one specific thing. So currently listening is on the original list builder currently. So let's see here. I imagine we will probably end up going with, we'll probably go with probably the same blue again. Let's look at this though. Our mini icons music. Okay. So look at, there's a little record player. I think there's a record and a record player. I think what we might want to do is, you want to do one there? Oh, and then we could do our music down here, or maybe music goes somewhere in there. We'll see. Okay. Or I have little music notes. What do I want to do there? We'll see which one. I'm not sure yet. Let's stamp currently. And I think I will do in the faded jeans. I think I'll just carry through the faded jeans, because if I don't do that, we want it this way. If I don't do that, and if I do green here, it seems like it's too matchy-matchy, some green, some, you know. So let's go with that again. All right. What are we currently listening to? I know I asked that before, and you guys probably told me, and then I probably totally missed it. Hannah, that's fun. So it's funny, sometimes you guys, and I appreciate that she just put that in the chat. Sometimes you guys are a little bit behind. Maybe you went to eat lunch and came back. So your chat is still live, but you are maybe an hour back. So Hannah just left a comment that said, or chat that said, those clouds are amazing. And then she's about an hour behind. So that always get a kick out of that sometimes. Yes, rub-ons are from Vicky Booten's Flower Emporium collection. Amy, will you pop those in the chat again? All right, so. All right, let's go ahead and get this stamped up, inked up, not stamped up, inked up. I'm kind of on a blue kick today, aren't I? I'm wearing blue. We use Salty Ocean. We're using faded jeans here. Not wearing faded jeans, but using faded jeans. All right, let's go here. Oh yes, that's a good one. Currently, and faded jeans. All right, so we're good with that. We know we like that. Let's come back here. Oh, get our pencil board. Get our pencil board here, like that, and ink that up again. Now, I am just going to stamp directly on the page. Oh, that just reminded me. I was going to put a background paper here. Oh well. I wasn't paying a close enough attention to my little sketch and my notes on what I was going to do. That's fine. All right, so let's come over here, and I think we decided we wanted it here. All right, one thing I want to point out, when you are working with a longer stamp or longer stamping block, you kind of want to be thinking about where you're placing the stamp on the stamping block. Oh, look how nice. That is, when I say that a Distress Oxide is a juicy ink, that is what I mean. And not just my word, but I love how, look how nice and solid that is. So when you are stamping with a longer stamping block and or a longer stamp, you want to be thinking about where you're placing it on the stamping block in relation to the right side of your page or the left side of your page. So if I had put currently in the center, let me just clean this off and I'll show you. I don't want to accidentally restamp that. If I had put currently in the center of that stamping block, and you know what? These are just things you learn from stamping, right? I had no clue what I was doing when I first started stamping about 6 years ago. All you just kind of figure it out. But if I had put currently in the center of the stamping block, let's just like that. That's probably not something I would want to do because as I'm right here, you'll notice it's fine over here, but look at part of that stamping block is coming over on this side. Now, in this case, it's not a problem because this is not high enough, right? But if I had done that here and was doing it this way, then I would have a problem because this part of the stamping block would not be laying flat like it would if it was here. It would be running in over here. And so what would happen is it would be nice and flat here, but it can't get flat in that front part of the stamp, so it would not stamp well right there. So just things to think about. And sometimes, well, when I do it, I'm just like doing it and you see me move things and then I try to explain why I did that. But it just kind of comes in second nature to me while I'm thinking about that. But if you are newer to stamping, don't put your ink on yet. Do that and be like, okay, is that, oh, hold on, I might have a problem here. I've got that going over there. I probably should move it. So you have all the time in the world, even though it seems like you really want to get your stuff stamped right away. Just think about what you're doing. Pretend that you're going to stamp and see what happens. That can save you, I promise, a lot of heartache. And that's also why we test first, right? All right, so I think we'll use this little, I don't know, I kind of like the little record player. Turntable, record player, I don't know, what do you call it? All right, now we'll just, instead of getting our big book out again, we can stamp this guy over here and see. Now, do we want to do blue or do we want to do black? My little turntable. Let's do blue. It'll be fine. We'll do blue. There we go. And I still have my pencil board under there, right? Now, when I'm testing on paper like this in my workbook, or if I'm testing on that big composition notebook thing I have, one thing that you want to be aware of, that like usually, at least for me, the paper in my traveler's notebook insert's much better quality than like this. You know, this is still okay paper. It's not super thin, but depending on the paper that you're using, it can really make a big difference in your stamped impression. If you have inexpensive paper, thin paper, it might not look as nice just because it's, you know, it's not necessarily meant for stamping, if that makes sense. Like something like that is just, you know, the ink may not look as good as if you're doing on a nicer piece of paper. But paper definitely makes a difference in your stamping. Texture makes a huge difference. If you have a paper that you're stamping on that's super fibrous, those fibers will like want to suck in the ink from off of your stamp, and you may get a lot of feathering and things. So just a good idea to play around a little bit with what you're doing before you commit, right? That's why I always test. I had pulled these pieces out. I ended up not using them, but these were from, these couple of pieces were, or are from the Flower Emporium. Let's see, Vicky's journaling ephemera bits. So if you didn't have stamps, maybe look through some of your products, but something like that would have worked great, right? I could have used something like that in place of a currently stamp, and labels and, you know, different things that would fit also. One thing that I could do though, ooh, what about this? Hey now, this has a green little label. I always like to date my lists. I think that's important. This is very much a time capsule list. Time capsule, what I mean by time capsule is that, I don't know, I probably don't want to do that there because it's kind of that. Maybe we'll do this over here. I don't know. We'll see. Time capsule. What we're currently listening to right now is very different than probably the things I was listening to 20 years ago. Although what we're listening to right now is some of the things we were listening to in the 80s. So, things sometimes come full circle. But I like to date things. I think it's important. Alrighty. I need where's my little round guy? Does that fit? Oh, it does. Okay. So we'll take this listening. Now, I am going to stamp listening right there. It should fit really well right there. If I'm not sure where I want to stamp something, I can come back to, if I can find it. Oh, there we go. I can come back to where I've already stamped the first word and play a little bit. So I'm like, okay, do I want this down below here, centered? I don't know, that's fine. Do I want it up here, maybe tucked right there? I like it right there. So your stamping can help you if you are, doing more than one stamp and a little arrangement. Doing your test stamping ahead of time can help you kind of test where you might want that to go. But I would like that to go right there. Just kind of tucked right up there. It's nestled. There we go. Listening currently. All right, let's do I need to do a little bit of a separator here. We'll do a 2. I don't know, I've been doing double lines a lot lately. All right. Now. I think before I get too far, I think I would like to stamp this little definition from the mini icons. Music, the soundtrack. Music, the soundtrack of life, a magical mood booster. So I could put this right there. I could put it down here. I could just put it somewhere in here. I don't think I want to put it in the middle. I think in the middle would be a little bit harder to see. So, I think we'll just go ahead and stamp it right down here. Now, if I want, maybe that's when we'll use our green. How about that? So the green's not just kind of floating out there all by itself. Mowed lawn? Sure, let's do mowed lawn. Put that away. Mowed lawn is right here. All right, now, clean this off. Gotta do that. Don't want to accidentally forget that on there, and then later I'm like, what happened to my listening? Where did it go? All right. Now, also could be enjoying, it could be liking, it could be, I could incorporate some of those other words into my list here because I am certainly enjoying this. I'm liking this. I'm loving, I don't know, maybe some other things, right? So you could use more than one of those if you wanted. All right. Definition. Oh, there it is. You heard me. Oh, sometimes I'll put a stamp down and then it will get stuck to something that I just moved and it's like, oh gosh, now we have to find that. Will it fit on there? I think it will. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to try it. Now, it is a little tiny bit narrower, but I think I'm okay. I'm not worried about that last little part. You might say, well, Lael, it indents there. So what if you go all the way down here? Well, I certainly could go all the way down there, but if I go all the way down there, when I go to try to stamp, it's really top heavy, and then I'm not happy with that because I think it's going to make your stamp want to lean naturally more top than bottom or centered. And then because you're leaning this way, you're probably applying more pressure towards the top, and then you make it a little bit more ink, a little bit blurrier up at the top than you do the rest of the stamp. So But all those things, it's just playing. It's just playing and learning. And eventually, as you're stamping, all those things just come naturally to you. And you're like, oh, yeah. Because as I was doing that, I'm like, oh, I could move it down there. Oh, yeah, I couldn't move it down there because then that would cause a problem. It'd cause a different problem. But I think we're okay. Now, I suppose I could have gone kitty corner like that. But I don't know if you're comfortable going kitty corner and trying to stamp kitty corner. Or catty corner. Depends on where you're from. Kitty or catty. All right, let's move this little guy down here. I don't know, I feel like it should come all the way down here. There we go. Music, the soundtrack of life, a magical mood booster. All right, so I think we're about ready to start our list now. And I think, oh, oopsie, golly, that almost went right on my shirt. Karen said, I listen to 80s every day because it's a high priority in life for me is to listen to great music. Music's very important to me too. Absolutely. It's very important to me. I know. So Amy, that's what I was saying. I could do it catty corner like that. But then if I did it like that, then that would work for sure. I could do it like that. Good suggestion. All right. About terms used one way or another. We have talked about this before. Kitty corner versus catty corner. Whether you call things pop or soda or, whatever you call things. So now with these guys, and that, because we learned that, I always use the example of the little silver bug that rolls itself into a ball. And I ask people, what do you call that? And there are about 5 different things that people call that. And it really is based on kind of where you grew up. What part of the country, different people call different things, different parts of the country. At least in the US, right? So that little bug, silver bug, gray bug that rolls itself into a ball. April said pill bug. All right, so what I can do here, depends on how literal I want to be. We're listening to record albums, right? So I could just use that little record album as a bullet in between everything on my list, or I could kind of mix things up if I wanted. So I have records, I have a little like iPod or iPod. They don't make iPods anymore, right? I don't think. A little phone, a boombox, a little keyboard, music notes. All different kinds of things that I could use in between there. I just have to decide. I think I'm going to use just the record since this is really specifically about we're listening to records, but I could totally mix all those up too. Another fun one, especially with the one I'm using, would be to use that little star in the circle because I do have all those little stars there, but I'm going to use the record. The vinyl. I don't know the appropriate terminology. I just call them records and record players. Ouch. Ooh, that did not feel good. All right, now I think we will continue with our blue and not do like blue and green or not do green I think we'll just continue with the blue. Oh, shouldn't have put that away yet. Faded jeans. So I use black. Anytime I'm writing, I use black. I have tons of colored pens. I buy them. I get excited about using them, and then I only use black. That's just me. So you could absolutely use different colored pens and pencils if you wanted, but I am just going to use black. So I need to be thinking about that when I am deciding what little icon I want to use or what color. If I used black, it would still show, but it'd be a little bit harder to differentiate between the different things on my list because it's a run-on list. Meaning I'm going to write something and then put a bullet between it. In that case, it's going to be a bullet, and then write something else and put a bullet between it, and then write something else and put a bullet between it. Okay, there's my little record coming out of the record album. All right, in no particular order. Elton John. Oh, I don't want to use that. Live in Australia. If you are an Elton John fan and you don't know that Elton John live in Australia, it is really good. Really, really, really good. Love it. Love it, love it. Well, live in Australia. Where are we? Oh, best of electric light orchestra, aka ELO. Xanadu. Remember that? Did you ever watch Xanadu when you were growing up? Olivia Newton-John, a big old skating rink. Yes, Xanadu. I love that. ELO did most of the music in that, I believe. All right, next up. And so we bought all of these vinyl albums. Talk Talk, It's My Life. And that one is definitely a high school for me. All right, then we have another high school. Thompson Twins. Into the Gap. That's one of those, I swear I know every song in that by heart. Doctor, doctor. I can't sing. I mean, I like to sing, but you don't want me to sing. Ooh, that didn't work very well. Oh, well, that's okay. You know what? This is a larger stamp. I should be using my pencil board because this is what happened there. Do you see that little record album? It's not quite complete. And that is because underneath it ran into, you can tell exactly where it ran into that. So part of it didn't stamp because it ran into a little dimension. All right, so your pencil board, I need to put that back. Usually I don't when I do bullet stamps because they're small enough, but these are mini icons a little bit larger. But it's okay. Oh, yes, Journey. The one and only Escape. Followed closely by Foreigner 4. Gotta love that one. Both of those. Again, those are like in high school. Or maybe some middle school. I don't know. Those would be things that I would be playing over and over and over and over and over again, right? Oh, Lisa. Okay, I just saw Lisa's comment. Lisa said, checking back in. Not sure if I'm in real time or not. I was adding things to my wish list. I've been waiting for the This Is Me stamp to come back in stock. Sorry to see it sold out again. Lisa, I placed a reorder for Willie Alpha, the solid, and This Is Me. And they will be here on Wednesday. So I will go ahead and put both of those. I will add them back to the website when we are done. Amy, will you add that to the list that you always send me after? Thank you. Yeah, so those will be in Wednesday. I'll put those on this afternoon, Lisa, and then you can, just then add it, and your order will ship after they get here. All right. Where are we? Oh, ABC, Lexicon of Love. So we are just having so much fun. And like I said, now, you can find all this music on Spotify or Apple Music or Pandora or whatever, you happen to listen to. But it's just been really fun to have these on, on vinyl and listen to them on vinyl. Two different John Mayers. I love I can't say that. I love early John Mayer. John Mayer, Heavier Things. And then we'll do another little guy here, John Mayer. Room for Squares. Alrighty. Another one is Chris Stapleton, The Traveler. Love that. Whoops. And another one, Taylor Swift, Folklore. That, you know, I'm not a huge Taylor Swift fan. I mean, I like her. She's an incredible artist. I mean, incredible. During the pandemic, when she released Folklore, I fell in love with that album. It is amazing, 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 amazing. There is a documentary. I don't remember what platform it's on, but there's a documentary about that album where she basically is talking to Jack Antonoff and oh my gosh, the guy from the Nationals that she worked on that album with her. They all did it remotely from each other during the pandemic. It is, if you love that Folklore album, or if you like Taylor Swift and you don't really know that album, I can't recommend that documentary enough. It is amazing. And she plays every song on the album and explains the meaning behind every song and like what they were thinking and what they were going through during the pandemic as she wrote it and as they were trying to all, you know, put it together, all being in separate places and each playing different. I mean, it's so, so, so good. I can't even tell you. Oh, I can't recommend that enough. Long Pond. Thank you, Jen's Happy Place. It's called Long Pond Sessions. Long Pond Sessions, and it is on Disney Plus. Thank you, Jen's Happy Place. It is amazing. Amazing. So good. I can't even recommend it enough. And it's really cool when you hear an artist talk through a whole album and explained the meaning behind every song and kind of the mental state they were in as they were writing those songs. I mean, oh, so good. So good. Yes. So we have that one on, we have that one on vinyl too. Maroon 5, Songs About Jane. Now, you will not find any of the Stevie Ray Vaughan or Neil Young on my list. We have them. Nick likes to listen to that, but it's not really my thing, and that's okay. Right? We don't all have to like the same things. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life. That's an oldie but goodie. I am not going to write on the rub-ons. I could, but if I wanted to, I would not use my Sharpie. I would go back to that photo signature, because that photo signature pen is designed to write on slick surfaces. All right. So, but I also don't want to fill. I would kind of like to have a little bit of spacing in there, right? Okie dokies. Where are we? We are next on the list is. Oh, this is a really funny story. I'm going to tell the story before I write what it is. So Vicky Boot and I have been friends for probably 20 some odd years. And many years ago, probably 12 at least years ago, I had gone up to, more. No, you know what? I bet it's 25. I bet it's 20 years. 20 years ago, Scrapbook and Cards Today magazine came out with their first issue. And I was working for Simple Stories at the time. Yeah, 20 years, I bet. Anyhow, I was working for Scenic Route at the time, and I was one of the first advertisers in Catherine's magazine. And I know that was 20 years ago because she just said she's not doing print magazine any longer, and it's been 20 years. Anyhow, long story short, there was a trade show up in outside of Toronto, and I was there, and I stayed with Vicky. I don't remember if it was this time or another time. Anyhow, so after the trade show, Vicky and I are hanging at her house one night, and we were listening to music on her computer. And she goes, I know, I'm going to put on some JT. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I like James Taylor. And she looked at me and she's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, James Taylor, JT. And she's like, no, JT like Justin Timberlake. So that was really funny. On my list is JT, James Taylor. That's why I'm here. That was the funniest thing. She's like, you are a dork, James Taylor. And I'm like, yeah, JT, the original JT. It was funny. That is a great album too. That's why I'm here. All right, we're getting close, friends. We're getting close to wrapping up our second list. Any of those on my list that would be on your list? Yeah, Justin Timberlake. Margarita said, I love Dua Lipa, but today I was listening to 70s, 80s, and 90s hits like Sade, Phil Collins, Tracy Chapman, Sting, Simply Red. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. Those are all amazing. I love them. Dua Lipa sings an amazing duet with Chris Stapleton. If you like either of those, listen to it. It is so good. She also does a great one with Elton John. Hand Can Plan. James Taylor greater than Justin Timberlake. Yeah, I kind of think so too, right? That's funny. George Michael, James Taylor over Justin Timberlake. Zen Girls does not like James Taylor at all. Brandon Lake. I don't know Brandon Lake. Just saw James Taylor in concert last May. He is amazing. Oh, Valerie, that would be so fun to see him. That would be so cool. All right. We're just about done. Let me finish my last couple and then we'll be ready to move on. Oh, yes. So this was one that we did pick up in George Winston December. That is one that we picked up when we were in Oregon. We didn't even have a record player yet, but we were in this little antique store and it was $5. And I'm like, yeah, I'll buy that for $5. I love that album. All right. Oh, okay. The last two I'm going to add. Well, I'll just add one. Adele, 30. I love Adele. She is like so incredibly talented. So I know I bought two Adeles, 130 and maybe 21. Her albums are named for her ages. So 21 she produced, or not produced, but released when she was 21, 30 when she was 30. And yes, I love her. But two different Adeles, but I don't remember which one the other one was. I have it in my Google spreadsheet, but all right. So I'm going to do one more thing here. I am going to put this guy back. I have a little bit of extra space here. I didn't want to go all the way down. I didn't want to get too close to my little music definition. So I am going to add, I think, one more. I'll add this little music notes, that little music notes, and we'll kind of put that in there to wrap that up. Get a different size stamping block, and maybe I think we'll do that in green. It's just going to nestle right there. We'll just do that in green. Just it over here. Ooh, yeah. Okay. There we go. There's our little music notes. All right. So there's my currently listening list. Last thing I need to do is date it. So let's see where that might be. What if we put that? I think we'll just like put it right in here. We'll just say right here, July 25. Okay. Alrighty, there we go. Currently listening. Done. Done, done. Let me get these things put away. And I think what we should do, we should do another live giveaway. What do you say before we start our next list, our last list? What do you say? Live giveaway? Can I interest anyone in another live giveaway? I don't know. You might not be interested in that, so maybe we won't do that. A Rock Legends cruise every year. Debbie, I think I remember talking to you about that. Like you and your husband, maybe at Ready, Set, Create. Were we talking about that, maybe, I want to say? I think that was you. That would be so fun. All right, so I'm just going to get all these little things put away, and then we will be ready for our next list. Before we start our next list, we will do another giveaway, and then it will be fun. For the giveaway, again, guess what? You get to decide. You pick which new stamp set you want to have. It is up to you. You get your choice of any one of the new 6 stamp sets. We've used a couple today. We used Mini Icons Music. We used Glimmer 2. Yes, those are the 2 that we used so far today. All right. Oh yes, let me put these guys back. It's important to put your rub-ons away. I cannot stress enough because again, now we're a little bit protected, right? We're a little bit protected since I stapled those guys together, but you know what? I'm actually going to, I think, as I was getting ready to put this away, I think what I'll do is maybe we'll just take this little piece right here and add just this little tiny nibble. Maybe. This little tiny nibble right up here. Sure, and it can even go across both pages. If you are cutting your rub-on, so I did a straight edge there, a straight edge there. I don't recommend, I mean, I don't know, you do you, but I find if I have a cut straight edge on a rub-on that it works really well, kind of better to put it against a straight edge. It sometimes will look a little funny if it just ends abruptly. Now these end, but they don't end abruptly because they're, you know, meant to kind of go anywhere, but let's see here for how we look. There we go. So just a little bit more up there. That kind of maybe now helps to pull it all together a little bit, I think. Yeah. All right. Okay. We would like to put all of these away back in their package so they stay nice and protected. Right there. And where's the rest of that package? Oh, yes. Hi, Lisa said, catching you live after many weeks. Nice to have you with us. Nicola said, I want so many things, but no delivery to the UK. Oh, Nicola, I know. Here's the deal. EU and UK, European Union and United Kingdom countries. In 2021, they changed the tax laws in your countries, in those countries, that if you are a small business, you need to collect taxes from your orders, and then you need to file your taxes independently in each country that you sell in the EU and the UK, which that is a tremendous amount of work when you are a small business in the US. So I don't have shipping turned on for any of those countries. There is a workaround for that, and if your order is more than $185 US, then the tax laws change. I don't collect the taxes. You get charged the taxes when your order comes into your country. So it's all handled on that end. So that is something we can do. Now, not everyone is ready to place a $185 order. So what I have some people do is they just place an order and have me hold it. And then over a period of time, they add to it and add to it and add to it. And then when it gets to that dollar amount, then they're ready to ship. But in that case, you're paying the taxes on your end. And it's unfortunate that that's the way it is, but yeah, that's the way it is. It wasn't always that way, but yeah, it is now. Gigi said her cats come up when they catch a glimpse of Reggie. Oh, that is funny. That's a hoot. That is a hoot. All right, Lisa, frustrating. Well, I mean, you know what? It is what it is. Unfortunately, it's a bummer, but I work around as much as I can with people. Some people, be having over 6 months even. And we just keep adding to it. And then when they hit that amount, then we're ready to roll. Okay, really quickly, let me look at what we need for our third list, and then I'll do the giveaway. In the news, June. In the news, I don't know. This is a harder and harder one for me to keep doing. When I was looking at what was on my list, I'm like, all of that is just some really heavy, deep stuff. And things like what we're listening to, and things like glimmers, and things like what I would do if money wasn't an object, things I would splurge on. Those are fun. News is heavy, right? But I still want to keep doing them. I'm still going to do them. Sometimes in the news, I use photos. Sometimes I don't. I decided on this one. I'm not going to use any photos. This is going to be a single page list. So I'm going to try a couple different things here. I'm just going to get a couple things out, and then we will be ready to do actually, let me see. Maybe even Timmy Alpha. Let's look. Oh, I need this too. And I need this because I'm using by the numbers 2, the new by the numbers. And I need, I need a gray. Let's see, which gray do we want to use? I think Lost Shadow. We're going to try that. I think Lost Shadow for my idea here. But we'll have to test it and see if we like it, and that's the way we'll know if it's a go or not. All right. I don't know. I may later end up doing photos here because then I think it might be weird. So we'll see. You'll see when we get together next if I added photos after the fact or not. All right, let me stop before we get started on this next list, which is in the news for June. We need to talk about a couple things. First of all, let's do the giveaway, and then we will, and then we'll do then I'll talk about in the news before we get started. All right, so let me go to the end. Let me get to the end. And if anything that you've mentioned during this chat where I do giveaway, I have no clue what you said because the chat goes fast and furiously. So if there's something that you typed that you wanted me to see, once the giveaway is over, then retype it for me and then I'll be able to see it. Okay, stopping right at Valerie Duffy. Valerie Duffy, congratulations. Valerie Duffy, you also win your choice of one of the July news stamp sets. So Valerie Duffy, we have 2 live giveaways away. 2 live giveaways away today. 2 live giveaways away. Gosh, 2 live giveaways today. That's easy for me to say. Kate Bugaki and Valerie Duffy. Valerie, send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com, please. In the subject line of the email, please put winner and then the name of the stamp set that you would like. And in the body of the email, please add your name and address, and the team will get that sent off to you. Probably in about a week. I mean, lots of orders to get through. So once they get through all those, then we'll be ready to roll. They'll be ready to send them to you. Okay. So, and congratulations to Valerie and Kate. If you did not win, if your name is not Kate or Valerie with the same last names that I mentioned, you have one more chance to win, and that's in an after party giveaway. So once the video is over, you leave a comment on the video, not in the chat, comment on the video. And before we are listing together again, I will draw one random lucky winner there to also win their choice of stamp. Okay. Yes, it does go very fast. Chat goes very fast when we do a giveaway, right? Okay. Yes, for June, tons of just lots of heavy stuff. So here's the deal, you guys, when we do an in the news list, we make an agreement. We're all like doing a Girl Scout, Boy Scout honor, whatever it is. Girl Scouts honor, right? Girl Scouts honor. When we do news, news can be very divisive. News can be very polarizing. News can be very sad. News can be very political. It can just be tough. So I make the commitment to you guys that I do no commentary on anything on my list. Basically, it's just the facts. 1 is this, 2 is this, 3 is this. I'm not doing any commentary. And I just ask you guys to do the same in the chat. That you not give any commentary on anything in the news, just because, you know what? None of us came here for that. None of us came here to get in a discussion or a debate about news and whether things are good or bad, whether it's good that Coco Gauff won the tennis open in June, or maybe it wasn't good, right? So we don't want anybody to do any kind of chat other than just the facts. So that's what I'm doing. That's my commitment to you. All right, so what my thought is, I pulled out a couple different things here. I have pulled out 2 in the news stamp sets. I pulled in the news, the original, just called in the news, and in the news 2. All right, so not quite sure what I'm going to use from here yet, but I know I will use something from here. What I thought I'd do for my title is I am going to stamp the word June in a lost shadow, so it's really faint. And then I will stamp something in the news on top of that in a darker color, probably black. That's my thought. So we'll kind of see what that looks like. So I pulled out a couple of different alphas. Originally, I was thinking I was going to use Reggie large lowercase. I don't think I will use Tally Alpha because I think it's probably too, I feel like I need something a little bit bolder in order for whatever I whatever I stamp on top of it to really pop. So we'll use one of those. Maybe we use Timmy Alpha. Timmy's a new one, so let's try that. That's 6x8 stamp. If you missed earlier, this is one of the new July release stamp sets. It is sized to work with the Destination Unknown oval. But outside of that, it's just a really good basic, nice sans serif font. J. Sorry, that noise is really obnoxious. I need to have like little feet or something on that, little felt. That is just a really inexpensive acrylic frame. I like to pull off the letters or stamps that I'm going to use ahead of time, like that. And I was doing that one day, and I said, I'm like, oh, I really need a really nice little stand to put those on. And Tabitha said, hey, you know what? She said, I use something like this. And I'm like, oh, that's amazing. That is amazing. Shay, I am missing something important. Oh, I'm so sorry. Shay said my cousin passed in our flood. I'm so sorry for you. Many children and campers lost. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Shay. Now, it sounds like flood. You are somewhere. You are not Texas. Is that correct? You're somewhere different, because I know Stephanie Hackney is Texas. I'm talking about the horrific floods that happened there. Those will be on my July in the news list, but just devastating. And I'm so sorry to hear that, Shay. That is, that's just, I'm so sorry. That is horrible. All right. This is always a very difficult transition for Lael, I have to tell you, when we get into something really deep like that. And I always, kind of trying to lighten it up by saying I always feel like Al Roker right now on the Today Show. That poor Al Roker has to follow. He's the weatherman, if you didn't know. He has to follow some really deep, heavy stories that Savannah has been, reporting on. And then he's like, so in California, we've got beautiful 80-degree weather. That transition is very difficult. And so it was just kind of, make light of a transition because I have to. Al Roker has to, change. And so that's what I'm doing. We acknowledge that things that are horrible. And then we're like, okay, we're going to continue because that's what we do. Not to make light of anything like that by any means, because it's horrible, horrific, just so tragic. All right, so I am going to stamp. So I have a thought here. I was going to use a piece of patterned paper for my last list, and I did not use it. So maybe I will use that for this one as the background right here, just to give it a little bit more visual interest. So I am pulling this guy. I'm pulling, there are a number of collections, like the last collections that American Crafts came out with. Paige Evans has one, Bea Valent, this one's called Smiles for Miles. I haven't even used them yet, so I'm just gonna start to kind of pull from some of those things. But I saw this on here. I really liked that black with the white kind of stars. So that was the one I was going to use on the prior list. So maybe let's use that. If we can find it. There it is. That might just be a nice, just kind of neutral-ish background. Just to put something back there, because otherwise it's going to be kind of plain. So now, obviously I need to put white on top of that. I need to trim that down to, my trimmer go. Here we go. All right. 4 3/4. That's a 6x8 pad that I just pulled from. So that is 4 3/4 by 8. And I trimmed that to 4 3/4 because my Traveler's Notebook inserts are standard wide. That is 5 by 8.25. So since my paper is 8, I trimmed to 4 3/4. I get a nice border all the way around. So I think what I may do here, this is what I'm going to do. This will help a little bit more of that pattern to show. So let's go ahead and round the outside left upper and lower corners. This will go here like that. And I'll just flip that around because I'm right-handed. It's easier for me to turn that upside down to get that placed. All right, then this guy will go right here over on the opposite page. So I'll do some photos here. I wasn't going to do any photos, so I don't have any printed, but I will add them after the fact, and then we'll take a look at it when we're together next time. Oopsie. I just rotated that because I would like those, even though they're not lining up exactly in the center, then that way that pattern kind of continues right there. So that's where I cut the paper. All right, so now, that's just a good, strong black and white. Get that part outlined, and I will do, like I said, that part later. Okay, now I can't do my stamping. I can't write my list on there. It's black, right? So I need a piece of white cardstock that I will do my list on. So I would like for there to be, I need to think about this, because if I'm using this and I'm going to do, just figure this out. I'd like to be able to see some of that. So if we go there by about here, I always eyeball that, and it always ends up being between 3 3/4 and 4 inches wide. So we'll see what that is here. And then, let's see. 3 3/4. It's always an eyeball, but it always eyeballs right about the same. And then this guy is probably 7. Yep, dead on 7. So I don't measure that, but that's always what it ends up being. Like I said, about 3 3/4 or 4 by 7. So that gives me a nice bit of that pattern all the way around, right? I am not going to adhere this right now. I'm going to do all of my stamping and my list off the page like this, and then I will come back and add it back on. It just will be a little bit easier because then I have a flat surface to stamp on, right? Okay. June in the news. In the news, we've been doing probably about 4 years. Ooh, golly, Lil, what did I do there? Probably about 4 years. Originally, all right, let's figure that out. Originally, during the pandemic, in the news was part of my About Last Month list, because About Last Month, there was not a lot happening, that I could write about was happening in my life during the Ooh, hold on. Hold the phone. Are we okay here? Better look, see, make sure we can fit. Oh yes, we're barely going to fit. Now, what I'm going to do, because I'm a little bit over, I will overlap these stamps a little bit. All right, so I don't need to figure out where to start. I just need to make a little mark here. That's my kind of baseline. I am going to stamp each of those letters individually. Anytime I am stamping a word, I stamp individually. I just like that look better. I like to control how close I can get my letters together. And if I put them all in the same stamping block, I can't get them as close as I want them because there's a little bit of buffer. There's a little bit of extra padding between each stamp. So I stamp them individually. Now I really want to stamp them individually here because they're going to need to overlap a little bit, right? Because I don't quite have enough room. So let's do this. Let's try. Actually, I'm going to try it over here because I would like to stop. No, we're just going to do it. We're just going to do it. So there's my J. Pretty faint, but that's what I want. I want kind of in the news to be more the focus that I stamp on top of it. But then June will be very subtle in the background. You'll still know it's June, but it'll just be pretty subtle. J. U. Oh, sorry. So what I was saying is this used to be part of my About Last Month. I would do About Last Month and In the News on the same list. Because during the pandemic, there was not a lot happening on my About Last Month list, right? Not doing a lot of stuff. Oh, shoot. I was going to overlap those. Well, I didn't do that. That may cause an issue. Let's see what happens here. I don't often. It's because I'm trying to talk and work at the same time. Sometimes it doesn't work so well. We'll see what happens here. Oh, maybe we're okay. Yes, during the pandemic, was doing both lists together on the same list because not a lot was happening on my About Last Month. And then as we started coming out of the pandemic and doing more and more things, I found that I didn't have enough room on my About Last Month list to also do in the news. So we started splitting those into two separate lists. All right, well, it's fine. It's a little bit heavy on one side, a little bit further to the right. I didn't get that one quite even, but it's okay. All right, so there's that. Now let's look at what we want to put on top of there for In the News. If we pull out both In the News stamp sets, we have that would work. Let's pull this out and just kind of see what we think. Come on out of there. That In the News could go right there. You'd still know it was June. You could still see that, right? Or let's look at this one. This is In the News too, and see what we might like to pull from here. Those are 5x7 stamps, so in the 5x7 storage pouches. In the News, that could go there. You know what? It's funny, I didn't test the rest of those, did I? Just the facts. I think I like this one. Now, what I should have been doing all along, I should have been stamping. I thought I started that. I got off track. I should have been stamping June the whole time in my test notebook, because then I could stamp this on top to see if I liked it. Right? Because if I don't like this, it's like, oh well. Ow! It's the second time I've done that. The cupboard underneath me where, oh golly, where I have all of my stamping blocks, I keep not closing it. And then my foot, the top of my foot keeps jamming into the corner. And I've done that now twice in the same spot. Pretty sure I'm going to have a nice bruise there. All right, so let's take their black and see what that looks like. We could do black or we could do a really darker gray, but I think I want to go black. So we'll see. Hello there. Let's see. Marian Garcina. Hello from Washington State by the Sea. You're new here. Welcome to you. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you join us. Washington State by the Sea. Where in Washington State? Our older son lives in Washington State in Puget Sound. So Tacoma. So by the sea. Also by the sea. Nice to see you. Hello, Nancy. Nice to have you back. All right, let's see what we think here, friends. Ooh, let's test this first, though. Get in the habit of doing that. Well, that's always a good idea. Oh, yeah, nice and nice. Nice and sharp and nice and nice. Laura's in Washington State as well. Lots of Washingtonians here. Partly because I do. Oh, Marion. Oh my goodness. So I kind of know where you are, gateway to the San Juan Islands. One of the guys that works for Nick that we just know really well was just in town, and he came over to our house the other night. And he was his family has a place up in Friday Harbor. Is Friday Harbor San Juan? I think so. But he was showing us pictures. He put you could watch the pictures up on the TV. Oh my goodness. That is such a beautiful area. A beautiful area. Yes. Oh, lucky you. That's fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous. All right. I missed what Jenna said. Wendy said, I don't see stamping imperfection. I see character, right? That's the thing. Here's the thing, you guys. Stamping is, I don't know. I love stamping, but like I said, I haven't always been a stamper. It's been about 6 years. And when I first started, I had no clue what I was doing. The number one probably piece of advice I could give you is play. Play, 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 play. Play on a piece of scratch paper. See what happens when you're layering things. See what happens when you're, if you press too hard. See what happens if you don't press hard enough. See what happens if you rock the stamp. That's how we learn, right? I do not cook. I have no clue how to cook. Cooking makes me very nervous because I don't know what I'm doing. But you know what? I'm pretty sure if I got in the kitchen and started playing a little bit, then I would learn some things pretty quickly. Just like everything in life. If you experiment, then you become a little bit more comfortable with what you're doing, right? So play. Play, play, play. I mean, it's a piece of paper. Well, Vicky says, it's a piece of paper in your time. She says something like that, right? I'm not quite sure exactly what it is, but it's just your time. So play. All right. Here is, I've taken the 1 through 5 from the brand new In the Numbers 2 stamp set. And I put it on my long skinny block. Now, you might think, oh gosh, Lael, that's kind of weird, like to try to hit it that way, right? It is. That's not very comfortable for me to do that. It's very much more comfortable for me to do this, right? So all I have to do is rotate that, and then I can stamp the way that it's most comfortable to me, all right? So kind of when we were talking about earlier that if we just tilted the block and then put our definition stamp on their kitty corner, it fits. And the same thing there. If this is not comfortable to you, sometimes our brains just think, oh, we have to stamp it that way because that's how the stamp is. Well, not if we turn it this way and then turn our paper that way, right? But before I do that, I know I need to add a little bit of a separator here because it just got to have something. Got to have something. It needs to. Shouldn't say got. It needs to have a little something, something right there. Okay. Alrighty, now let's do this. So Terry, I don't know if Terry's still here. Terry, I saw Terry do something. Not with this stamp. She did with By the Numbers 1, but you know, same concept. Where they're split like this. She posted something in the Facebook group earlier this week, and I thought, I like that. I'm going to do that. So inspired here by Terry. We'll just turn it that way, but. All right, so what did I do there? I did not get enough ink over there. Sometimes I'll test a little bit more if it's a brand new stamp because I haven't used it. So I'm like, okay, I just need to get familiar with it. All right, there we go. Much better. I didn't quite have enough there. All right, so let's bring this back in. We know we're going to do this sideways. Re-ink again. This is By the Numbers 2. And we want these to be right here. Okay, nice firm pressure. And lift. Lovely. All right, so I'm going to come in and just clean this one really quick. And grab the next one, my 6 through 10. So if you missed me talking about this earlier, both By the Numbers 1 and By the Numbers 2 are split like this. And they're split like this for a reason. And they're not individual numbers for a reason. This is actually a kind of an idea request that came from Karen Haynes. She said, you know what? if I'm doing a numbered list, would you ever consider just doing the numbers on one stamp as opposed to each individual number? It would just be a lot easier. And I'm like, yeah, I think we could do that. Sure, why not? So we did that. But as we were designing the stamp, I thought, you know what? You might not always want 6 through 10, maybe 1 through 5, 6 through 10. So if we give you those in 2 separate stamps, then you get to choose. Do you want to do 1 through 10? If so, you just stamp the first one and then stamp the second one right below it. But if not, then you're not having to worry if that's one stamp about trying to mask off that whole second half that you don't want to use. But this is the other fun thing that you can do when you have a split stamp like this. So let me test this and I'll show you what that is. And this is the idea that I saw Terry do. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's fun. I'm going to do that. I think she was doing a list about her top 10 favorite things about their cabin or going to their cabin. All right, there we go. I love that bottom. I love the 10, kind of how it's spelled out. Very fun. Now what we're doing here is we're putting these guys over here. Nice even pressure. There we go. All right, let me clean this guy off. And that gives me kind of a little bit more room. If you feel like you don't have enough room to maybe, on whatever you're working on, put those two one below another. We would have here. We would have been fine to put that right there. But this will give you just kind of a little bit more of a playful look if you split them like that. Actually it would have worked. We're fine. But if you have a little bit less height to work with, you can kind of move this up a little bit and fringe upon this area a little bit if you're kind of pushed for space. Oh, Marion, I love that. You're referred over by Elizabeth from Joyful Sojourn. I'm glad you told me that. Yes, she is a very talented, just a neat person, and I love what she does. She found out about me from Little Craft Fest, and since then she has really been using my product and introducing a lot of her followers to me, which I love. Just so awesome. All right, and then you guys, I've talked about her too. So if you don't know Joyful Sojourn, it's kind of fun to follow and see what she does as well. She works more kind of in planners, and she's starting to do some creative listing with us in her Archer and Olive notebook, which I love, which is really fun. Okay, so the things on my list, and again, just the facts, but there will be no commentary. And one thing I want to mention, oftentimes when we talk about doing an in the news list, people are like, where do I find all the news things? And I don't know. We've kind of have a new routine like this summer. I used to wake up every morning and be getting ready and listening to the Today Show in the background. So sometimes I'd just be hearing things on the Today Show and writing them down as they were talking about general news. But there are a number of services I subscribe to. They're all free. You just go and you put your email address in, and they'll send you daily or weekly kind of news feeds. So I get some of my news things from there. Sometimes watching news on TV. There is a Amy, if you know where, okay, Amy, if you go over to the blog post for today's listing session where it talks about in the news, there is a link to for people to download a list of news sources. If you would go grab that and throw them into the chat. Thank you. Anyhow, it is basically a document that you can download, a PDF, where I have given you links to a whole bunch of different news sources. And they run the spectrum. So some left, some right, some center. So doesn't matter which ones I get my news sources from, doesn't matter who you get your news sources from. It's just a really good cross section of things. Now, I will tell you, I found a new one today. And this one is called onthisday.com. Onthisday.com. That is a great one to go to Like you could type in June 2025, and what it does for June 2025, it gives you a news headline for every day in the month of June. All right, 2025. So that was a great one. That's not on that list. I need to update that list, but onthisday.com is a good one. Oh, maybe you did. Okay, Terry, I thought it was this, but maybe not. Maybe it was you did it that way with Alice and numbers. All right, let me have another quick sip of coffee. Terry reminds me it's time for hydration break, right? Yes, it is. And Carrie, I love that. Carrie said she found the joyful sojourn from Lael. And Laura said she mentioned Creative List, and that's how you got here too. I love that. It's just fun to be introduced to new things, right? And introduced to her and her creative planning. And I think that's Hannah. Can Plan, I think, also from Joyful Sojourn. That's how she found me. All right, here we go. The things on my list, and no commentary, so this is what it is. The one I use is called Good News Network. Oh, Carrie, I need to write that down too. I will add that to the list. Good News Network. So I will update the list with those two knowns. Just know, you know what? I mean, news is hard. News is hard. News is very depressing and sad and just right? So but I still want to document it. All right. Okay. So the first thing on my list, there was a travel ban. In the U.S. for 12 countries, plus a partial restriction of 7 others. All right, number 2. 2,000 National Guard troops were deployed to Los Angeles. Number 3, not Anne. Really, it needs to say A, so hang tight. Oopsie, A. Just write right over that with my little white paint pen. You'll never know it's there later. A school shooting in Austria left 10 people dead. This is not a fun one to end on, you guys, in the news. Anyhow, we're documenting it, so an Air India flight crashed, killing 290 people, with 1 survivor in seat 11A. Now, that 11A part is fascinating. I read something that I will continue on that N. I need to just continue to adding a little bit more white over that N, and eventually it'll disappear. That there was a plane crash in the past that had 1 survivor that was sitting in seat 11A. So that was quite interesting. That's why I put 11A down there. There were several celebrities that passed away. Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys, and Anne Burrell, a chef, both passed away. Anne Burrell, you may not know her by name, but she does a lot. She did a number of cooking shows on HGTV, one of those stations, and she had kind of really blonde, whitish, spiky hair. All right, so moving down over here now, there was a military parade to support. I didn't mean to write support, but to support, but it's there now, the Army's birthday. And I don't remember what year it was. And on the same day, there were protests, I'll just say, along with No King's Day protests. Okay, number 7. Maybe on a lighter note, although maybe not for you, the Florida Panthers, again, Al Roker, just call me Al Roker. The Florida Panthers won the Stanley Cup hockey for the 2nd year in a row. I should probably also write this one. Maybe we'll do, okay, number 8 here. We have two more sports things. Coco Gauff wins the French Open. Tennis. And Carlos Alcaraz wins the men's. Now that I see this, so this is it's a little bit harder to distinguish those things, right? So it's a little bit easier to see them when I am working from the right, a little bit harder to see working from the left. So probably next time if I do this, I will leave a little bit more space between what I'm writing for each number because it's a little bit harder to distinguish those. All right, now I've got to put something else here because it will be a big old white space and it'll look odd. So I could say the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's really 3 and 8, but that's okay. Oklahoma City Thunder wins NBA. Just kind of stop it there. The NBA championships. Number 9. Number 9. Minnesota State Rep Melissa Hortman. If I spelled that right, I think it's H-O-R-T, Hortman. And her husband, assassinated, which is, oh golly, okay. And last but not least, the United States, I shouldn't even say that sounded horrible. United States bombs Iranian nuclear sites. All right, all that's very heavy. Very, 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 very heavy, right? But here we go. We will put this here. And then I will add some photos. That's a hard one because photos, I don't know, maybe I'll just add the photos of the things that, of maybe Brian Wilson and maybe Ann Burrell and maybe some of the sports people and, keep that, I don't know, a little bit different. Anyhow, there we go. There is in the news for the month of June 2025. All right, my friends. Marion was saying things about her list. This is the month of June. So I have some of those things that you mentioned on your list for my list for July. But yes, yeah, because I will have some of those things on my list as well for the month of July. All right, my friends, let's do this. Let me step off to the side here. Let me turn on lights and off lights. Whoopsie. Just drop the light. Okay. Hold on. Oh, please, I just need to fix that a little bit. There we go. It's all good because they're LED lights, so we don't worry about anything, any bulbs burning, crashing, breaking. All right. That's because there's so many things on the floor, I could not walk around them. Yeah. Sometimes it takes a mess to be creative, right? Like today. All right, friends, I am going to rotate the camera. Here we go. Carrie, I like that. Carrie said, I definitely use a different color pens when I'm doing a list like this. Usually do every other one in black. Yeah, that really would have helped, wouldn't it? So right here, if I had separated that really would have helped to distinguish things. You're totally right. That would have been a good idea. All right, my friends, so there we have it. Our 3 lists today. In the news for the month of June, Glimmers, and what was our other one? Oh yes, currently, what we're currently listening to. So interesting, the last 2 are kind of a little bit monochromatic, my last 2, aren't they? Okay, let's talk about our listing schedule. I am out of town next Saturday. So we are not listing on, let's look here. We are not listing on the 26th. We are listing instead on Monday the 28th. All right, Monday night listing, Monday the 28th. We are like 3 weeks in. We will not be listing together for like 3 weeks in August because I have a big trip. So we're listing the 2nd, the 23rd, and 28th. So just you can always find that, our listing schedule, on the bottom of the emails that go out. You can always find the link to the listing schedule on all the blog posts about our listings. You can always find the listing schedule pinned to the Lail by Mail Facebook page and Facebook group. All right, so I never want anyone like sitting here, planning around us listing and then I'm not here. So that's our listing schedule. To recap a couple things. The Hello Halloween mini book project kits start shipping on Monday the 21st, so 2 days. Any of you that pre-ordered the Anna Griffin Empress mini die cut machine that I use, those arrived yesterday. So those start shipping also on the 21st. Oh yeah, the brand new, so UPS did not come while we were listing today, so I can't show you in person yet those brand new mini distress oxides that just got released today. My order is arriving today, so they are up and live on the website. But if you missed that, Tim Holtz and Ranger just announced today, released the little the distress oxides in the minis, in the little cubes. So, and those are available in color sets. So you'll see those on the website. Those will start shipping on Monday. Tons of stuff starting to ship on Monday. And then all of the new stamps and die that are part of the July release started shipping late last week. And those will start, continue to ship into next week as well. So if you have ordered something, just know it's coming. You can always watch for your email or your shipping confirmation with tracking number. So watch for that coming this week. And if you haven't ordered yet, well, guess what? You can. If you already placed an order and you decided you saw something today that you wanted to order on top of that, just place a second order. The team will always check to see if you have multiple orders before they ship your order. And if you do, they put everything in one box and then refund one of your shipping charges. All right, I think that's all, you guys. Let me just double check to make sure. Did I miss anything? Let's see, a 3-week absence means followed by an all-dayer. Yeah, so Karen, it will not be immediately followed by an all-dayer. It can't be. Because I have there'll be a lot of jet lag associated with that August. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out sometime. We'll figure out another all dayer. I know. You love your all dayers, Karen. I know that. I do too. They're fun. Let's see. Karen said, "Are those stamps available for singular purchase or multi or both?" The inks. Is that what you mean? The 4-packs. They are only sold in 4-packs, at least for now. And they probably will. I'm just going to make an assumption because the original, they do the little ones in the distress inks. They've never done them until now in the distress oxides. The ones in the distress inks, I believe, have always only been sold in 4-packs. All right. All right, you guys. I think we're ready to roll. Remember the giveaway, the after party giveaway. So when we're done, just hang around for 2 seconds. When we're done, leave a comment on the video when it's over, and then you'll be entered into the after party giveaway. All right, friends, thank you for joining me, and I will see you hopefully a week from Monday on the 28th. I think that's when the 28th is, on the 28th for our next listing session. Thanks for joining me today, you guys. Bye bye. Have a great rest of your weekend. Bye. Bye. I can't get it.